function, but we're also looking at internal processes from an SCM point of view in terms of how then we do the risk assessment of these contractors that then participate in the construction project. And that also links to the process in which we then pay contractors within the stipulated period, so that we don't get into a process where they have their cash flow challenges, then unable to then recapitalize or inject into the construction process. So those are some of the initiatives that we're taking through in dealing with that. But from a professional point of view, we're also engaging CBE in terms of how they can also assist from a capacity point of view, those that also participate in this process as well. And then from a real estate management services, I think this is a thorny issue. Number of private leases reduced. I think the discussion will unfold in the next section. But initially, this was basically an indicator that sought to deal with the backlog as well as the lease agreements, particularly moving some of the lease agreements from subs into the telecom towers. And I think this is one of the challenges that we've had over time. And I think the presentation by Babu Sibande will also highlight some of these issues. And Chair, taking from your opening remarks that this matter is actually underway or being discussed as well. The other challenge that we have is although say the hectares of land release is basically some of the challenges is that the time it takes to have approvals, whether it's from National Treasury as well as the interaction with other government state departments, that also affects the targeting process. Because if the approval come in the second or third quarter, of which the target was in the first quarter, then it will have a ripple effect in terms of how we then achieve that. But those are some of the issues that we're dealing with through the UDM. You use a demand management through joint task teams, where we're trying to engage in and invoke our stakeholder matrix to ensure that we also work together with the clients in terms of how we then deal with these matters before they become a challenge as well. This is a real estate, the asset register, not major issues, but I think one of the challenges that we faced is basically an organogram issue, a capacity issue, considering the size of the portfolio and the vastness of the spread of our assets, to actually to vest those and confirm validity of the existence of those and the conditions of those assets. And I think that is a capacity issue that we're also dealing with. There's an organogram that has been proposed from the asset register. It's still undergoing internal discussions, and also the resourcing of that organogram to ensure that it meets then the requirements to actually address those issues. From a facilities management, which is also another finding, which I'll touch in the next slide. The challenge that we also have here, Chair, is that we've got a large portfolio of assets to determine conditional assessments, as well as the componentization of those in terms of the HVAC systems, as well as gensets and water systems. We're looking into those issues. So we have two approaches. One, looking at the term contracts that are appointed to actually deal with the issues of maintenance, but we're also moving in terms of managing the risk by transferring the risk into a total facility management to ensure that those issues are addressed before there's a complete failure of those assets in those. So that is another process, again, that requires the capital. Is a capital intensive process in terms of the required amount of maintenance that is required in those facilities, considering also the age of those facilities in that regard. To conclude on non-financial, Chair, and members of the committee and colleagues, in terms of the findings on non-financial performance, these are the programs where we have experienced findings. AG has already expressed those. Expanded public works was an issue of a missing indicator, which is basically the missing indicator in terms of the EPWP, number of work opportunities reported by the EPWP. Now, if you juxtapose that with what we have in the report, we have number of reports that we are reporting rather than the expressing of the work opportunities that are created, and that is the issue that AG is raising. How we sought to have addressed this, Chair, is that we had then there's a section that's called consolidated indicators, where it distinguishes between the contributor and the lead department in the annual performance plans, where now then this will be addressed, where now said if the department is the lead but is not the implementer, it will then fall into that category of what we call consolidated indicators. So we are addressing it in that context, having engaged DPME me, as well as to some degree Auditor General. Those are participating in the transversal discussions on the APPs as well. That's how we are addressing this matter going forward. On construction management, the issue is supporting evidence, particularly on the indicator around the sites handed over. It was basically that the corroborating evidence did not tie with the evidence that the actual performance that was reported. That is an internal control measure, Chair, that we're dealing with that. So how are we dealing and addressing these matters? We've already developed what we call a portfolio of evidence guidelines for the performance information, and we're dealing with the governance structures to then look at from the National Department Head Office as well as the regions on specific KPIs to look at the guidance in relation to how you construct a POE that reflects the actual performance, as well as the POE that reflects the deviation that is then reported. So that is the process that we are putting in place to ensure that, right? And then second to that is also to ensure that we establish governance structures at a branch level to continuously engage on performance information before it gets to the internal auditor, as well as a second level of defense, and then eventually to Auditor General. On facilities management is also the issues of a missing indicator, because the extraction from the AG is that from the Giyama point of view, the mandate of the department is to maintain is to provide maintenance, but there is no indicator that speaks to maintenance. Though we had engagements with AG in terms of the 3 KPIs, especially condition assessment and GenSex, as well as the temp contracts, in how they are seeking to address that. But it was an issue of more of the capacity that is required rather than the extent to which maintenance is actually undertaken in the department. So that is an indicator that will find expression in the next APP in terms of addressing that, aligned to Giyama in terms of that. So the 2 categories, Chair, in terms of the audit issues is basically the missing indicator, which are those MTSF indicators that we have, that were also highlighted by AG, but also from the internal processes is the supporting the weak controls in providing supporting evidence to support the performance information that has been addressed. Chair, overall is that what we are taking lessons from the audit issues is that we are also improving on internal controls through the audit action plans, as well as that will then find expression to try and narrow as much as possible any form of material irregularities. We have also formed a material irregularity framework in the department. We have established a material irregularity committee, which is basically assist and advise the Director General, and we are also forming part of the governance structures to manage any form of irregularities or any form of issues that may also give rise to material irregularities before they are actually picked by Auditor General. This is also linked to investigations where systemic issues or systemic recommendations are also shared between shared with the organization, because most of the systemic issues give rise to material irregularities. So that is also some of the approaches that we have taken, Chair. The DG has approved the framework on material irregularities, and then we are now going to be sitting as a forum to then deal with some of these issues, Chair. And it was an ad hoc MI that assisted in dealing with those findings that were material irregularities that were closed. But now that we've formalized it, our intention is to try and close all of these material irregularities so that we don't have these material irregularities, Chair. Chair, thank you very much. That is basically the non-financial. I think then there's a presentation by, through you, Chair, CFO on the financials. Thanks.
Before you leave, I thought you were gonna touch on the missing report of 10 years for you call it what? The parliamentary board. That's why we said you must touch on what the AG is. Yes. Before you bring the financial report, can you highlight on that? You are the person who must respond because you chair that board.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we note the historical issues on the Parliamentary Villages Board. in terms of the act as we speak, Chair, I'm the chair of that board, but what is actually going to be done, we've written to the STP of Parliament, to which parties, or let me just put it this way, the villages, they're going to do the election. And once the election is done, we're going to be able then to form the board. After that, then we're going to look at the financials are there. It's just that they were not audited. There was some reluctance from the previous, if you like, members that were part of that board. So I think if the chair can allow us to give Parliament an opportunity to do election, after the election from the first meeting of the board for the 3 villages, I think we should be then able to give the way forward, assisted by the Auditor General Chairperson. Thank you very much.
That's why I'm looking at you. You know, DG, sorry to say this. I thought you were going to touch on the 10-year, whether you arrived yesterday or today, you have inherited. We're expecting you to respond, not with plans, but what happened? Why didn't you submit? But it's fine. Let me allow Raji. Then it will come back again. We will do deliberations. Minimize your concern, but we'll deliberate further. I'm no longer coming back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think you raised a very important point. You can't have for 10 years no financials for parliamentary villages. It's like this term will be over 5 years and then it'll go on like this. So what we would like to do is put some timeframes to this. There has to be some timeframes now. We are waiting for the establishment of a board to be elected. When is that going to take place? And when can we expect to start seeing financial reports being submitted? This is not acceptable at all, at all.
We'll allow, it's fine, let's allow Therefore,
good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister DG, our clients, SAPS, led by the Deputy Minister, Auditor General. Chair, I'll be presenting the audited financial statements for the main vote. AG has touched on a number of issues which I may not repeat on such issues, but it is important, Chair, to indicate that the main vote has maintained the unqualified audit opinion for a number of years now. If it wasn't because of the impairment that we had to do on basic education in particular for the beautification of schools, the department will have received a clean audit outcome, but we had to do an appropriate disclosure. Hence, AG did not find any material misstatement. Chair, in terms of the expenditure and the budget, we did report to you on the 11th of September, the details, so I'm not going to repeat what we presented except to highlight certain areas that we didn't cover in that session. So having said that, Chair, in terms of the final appropriation, our budget was 8.4 billion and we spent 8.3 billion with an underspending of 102 million. The main reason for the underspending was mainly on delays in filling of positions. We did indicate to you the cost containment that Treasury and DPSA implemented. As a result, there were delays. Over and above that, people also continued to resign without us filling positions. And also this underspending was also on ISA on 66 million because of the delay in finalizing certain transfer to ISA for the implementation of project preparation. So those were the reasons, Chairperson. I must also highlight, Chair, because AG made a statement of comparison between performance and expenditure. If you look at the main vote in particular, our significant budget, which is about 7 billion out of 8.4 billion, it's on transfers. So if you look at performance, it may be skewed because of that, where AG will then believe that our performance it's far below compared to the spending. I thought let me highlight that for the members of this portfolio committee to understand that context. Chair, in terms of the financial statements, particularly for performance, we have annual appropriation of 8.4 billion. Then we had departmental revenue of 32 million. So in total, it was 8.4 billion revenue for the main vote. If you compare with the previous financial year, it was sitting at 8.2 billion. Then departmental revenue, if you compare also, it has decreased slightly from 33 to 32 million. Then in terms of the expenditure, our expenditure for the current year, it's 8.3 billion against 7.9 billion of the previous financial year. I've already highlighted the reasons for the variances. So the surplus that we are reporting, it's 134 million. Then in terms of the financial position in slide 29, our total assets, it's 468 million, which has increased compared to the previous financial year, where it was 381 million. It was mainly because of the increase in our cash and cash equivalent of 301 million. Our prepayments also increased from 2.2 million to 65 million. Our receivables has drastically decreased, Chair. We recovered quite a lot of amounts from those who owe us. Then, whereas non-current assets, Chair, it's sitting at 95 million. That is mainly due to the amount that DPE is owing us, and also what Defence is owing us for rural bridges. Then for our liabilities, the total is 720 million. Which is mainly consisting of voted funds to be surrendered to Treasury in line with the underspending that I've already highlighted, and the departmental revenue that was not paid during the year of 10 million. So we also have payables of 608 million. So in total, we have a deficit of net asset of 252 million, which is a negative. I'll explain that reasons. Then, Chair, on disclosure notes, we have contingent liabilities of 119 million, which is mainly due to the Defence confirmation that was not done, amounting to 205 million. It's mainly for rural bridges, and we also have commitments of 5.1 million. Our accruals are sitting at 80 million, mainly because of Welisizwe Bridges project transactions that were not paid at year end because invoices were not submitted on time before year end. Then employee benefits, it's 51.2 million, and our finance leases is 2.2 million. Then, Chair, as I said, I will explain the reasons for the net assets, which is negative. This is due to unauthorized expenditures that was incurred more than 6 years ago, which is 255 million. This is before Parliament. We did send to National Treasury. However, there are certain reports that we still need to provide to Treasury. So the details of this unauthorized expenditure It's on compensation of employees, where we overspent on compensation of employees. As I said, it's more than 7 years ago. Overspending on goods and services, it's 8.5 million. Unauthorized expenditure as a result of capital expenditure on schools. What the department did here, we were trying to eradicate mud schools, which was not our mandate, and hence it's unauthorized expenditure of 178 million. And then overspending on transfers and subsidies is 2.2 million. So in total is 255 million. As I said, this is awaiting approval of Parliament through consultation with National Treasury. So the department has not incurred any unauthorized expenditure for the last 7 years. Then irregular expenditure. We have a total of 126 million. Chair, as you can see, our irregular expenditure, the movement, if you compare to the previous financial year, it was 122 million, and it is 126 million now because of delays in condoning some of the transactions. But what is important, Chair, we did write to National Treasury to request condonement, of which it was not accepted. Treasury requested us to do some work to deal with the issues. This is what we are focusing on. But included on that, Chair, it's a 3.9 million that was incurred due to the PSC report, but we are in the process of condoning that because the matter has been concluded. We also have a transaction of 46 million, which is included in the balance of 120 million, which has been referred to Labour Relations to implement consequence management. As AG has indicated that these transactions are taking long to be concluded for consequence management, but there are processes that are in place. It's just that investigation of this nature takes time, and the consequent management where things are referred to Labour Relations are also taking long. Then similarly with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I've already indicated the main reason for that. It's because of beautification of schools, which then that work was referred to our investigation unit, which is led by Lwazi Mahlangu. That investigation has been concluded. So there are processes to deal with consequence management. So that's the main reason for this fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 55 million. So the main contributing factor is that 54 million. Chair, thank you very much. As DG guided that we are not presenting a PMT today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Radi, allow me to suppress you. I said I'm taking all the reports and then you'll come later. No, you'll come back. You will come back, don't worry. I'm going to give this opportunity to subs. As we have indicated, we only want your high level. We have never requested you to submit a report. Members must not attack you on that because actually our actual plan was not to get a report, but based on what we have already seen, it was presented to us. I think it's fair enough for you to speak to it. You also go further and tell us your needs in terms of this project. What do you want us to do? And we must get your sense really what's happening from 2015. The budget up to so far, how as a department you are planning to make this matter to rest. But our interest is to get the project finished. There's money spent on it, and there's a lot of statements that are not good. And as much as we said we're in this together, ourselves as a committee, the two departments, we want this project to be laid to rest. So we are giving you an opportunity. You talk to us. The rest will question when the time comes. Feel free and be honest to yourself and to the country. By the way, citizens are watching, and we were supposed to have delivered this project long time ago. This committee is not going to deal with this matter for long.
Good morning. Chairperson, as you have indicated that I must just give a high-level report or feedback in terms of the events around Telkom Towers. I will try my level best to do that. At a later stage, when questions have been asked, I do have my team here, Chairperson, working with facility management. They will be able to assist me in responding to the questions that might come if they will not be covered by the report that I'm going to present here this morning. And once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I believe that your intervention, Chairperson, will actually assist the SAPS to actually get the official building for their headquarters, because when this project started in 2015 till to date, we a proposal was presented by the Department of Public Works to acquire the Telkom Towers. Yes, we did submit our needs to indicate that we need one headquarters to accommodate all our divisions. And the situation currently, Chair, is that as a South African Police Service, we are scattered around the whole of Pretoria. And we are paying quite a number of leases. So with the procurement of the building, we wanted one building which will assist us to cap the high costs of the leases that we were paying at the time. And when this proposal came from the Department of Public Works, it was a good proposal, of course, because it was going to assist us to accommodate, all our headquarters divisions and to accommodate all our personnel. This proposal was made to the police management, the then National Commissioner, and we did accept the proposal that was made by Public Works in 2015. And what I need to indicate, Chairperson, was that when we accepted this proposal, we did receive also a commitment from the DG of Public Works then, who made 3 commitments, and I'm going to indicate those commitments. The first commitment was the Department of Public Works will be responsible for the repair and renovations of the buildings prior to occupation.
Members, because you don't have a report, I'm expecting you to note down. There's an element of commitment. I think you must write them down. Radi, I'm not going to give you a chance. I'm just saying, members, listen attentively, write down. These are areas where you need to focus so that we can assist the 2 departments to complete the project. There is no report, no one to be blamed, it's us. We've taken a decision that they're not going to present, but we have to hijack them to say they must give us their view. So I was just saying, note down. And I don't expect anyone to say, we did not receive a report. It was us who took a decision. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The letter of commitment that we received from the then DG, Chairperson, were as follows. Firstly, that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will be responsible for the repairs and renovations of the buildings prior to occupation. And maybe just to also give a bit of a background, there were 10 buildings when we started with the initial stage. I'll come back to the 10 buildings. And that all the 9 buildings will be occupied in good condition, and that the National Department of Public Works will establish a total facility management. So the commitment letter that we received from the DG then indicated that they will be responsible for all these 3 things that I have mentioned. Then coming back to the Telkom Towers, the building that was procured, Chairperson, the Telkom Towers consist of 10 buildings, or let me call them 10 towers. I think when we go there for the walkabouts, we'll be able to show the committee those 10 buildings. And out of those 10 buildings, after we made the payments, I'll come back to the costs, how much we have paid for the building. One building was bought back by the Telkom Trust at a value of 41 million. We were informed by Public Works, and it's a national key point. They call it PPR building. There were other 2 buildings that were leased back to Telkom Trust, the IT building as well as the PR building, leaving us with 7 buildings which were supposed to be renovated and maintained and be ready for occupation by the South African Police Service. Then what happened then since 2015, we only received, there was a meeting between the National Commissioner of the SAPS as well as the DG of Public Works in 2018, where the DG made a commitment to the National Commissioner that the 2 top floors would be available or will be ready for occupation in 2018. I think it was around June. And in 2018, of course, the National Commissioner of Police, as well as the deputies and their staff, they occupied Telkom Towers, the 2 floors, the 25th and the 26th floor. They occupied those 2 floors. And they were later on informed that they must vacate because they haven't been issued with an occupational certificate. And they vacated the building and they moved to a temporary building, Maopanaga, where the National Commissioner was operating from. It was only in 2021, Chairperson, when we received, or when the Telkom Towers North building was handed over to the South African Police Service. We received all the necessary certificates, the electrical certificate as well as occupational certificate. That was in 2021. We had a migration plan, and we did also submit or indicate which list buildings will be terminated and how many people will accommodate the Telkom North. So out of the 7 buildings, only 1 building was made available to the SAPS for occupation in 2021. And we did receive all the necessary certificates, only to find, Chair, a few months later, until February of 2024, where the Department of Labor inspected the building. And after the inspection of the building, they issued us with a prohibition notice, meaning that we had to now officially vacate the Telkom Towers. We vacated Telkom Towers in February of 2024. Till to date, we are not occupying Telkom Towers, leaving our members, some of them operating from their homes. Some of them are congested in our buildings. We had to make sure that others are accommodated at the few buildings that we are having. So we are still sitting with that situation, Chairperson, where to date, since we started with this project, we do not have Telkom Towers, and we continue to pay the Department of Public Works. You asked a question, Chairperson, in terms of how much money was spent for the project. The purchase price of the Telkom Towers was 694 and 260 million, and the SAPS paid 543,958 million, and the Department of Public Works paid 150 million. And what we have invested as the SAPS towards ICT and towards, putting some cables in the North Tower building, we have spent 329,700,000. So far we have spent over R1 billion in terms of making sure that for the procurement and in terms of ICT that we had to put in the Telkom Tower North as well as Annex South Tower where we're supposed to occupy the building. So I can indicate, Chairperson, that as the SAPS, we are still sitting with the same problem that we do not have the official headquarters, and some of our members are operating from their homes. And what we request from the committee to intervene or to assist us is to assist us to make sure that as the SAPS, we have, official headquarters, that will be able to accommodate everybody under one roof, which was going to be done should Telkom Towers have been properly ready and maintained and repaired for occupation by the SAPS. So that is the long and the short of it, Chairperson. If we are requested to make a written submission as the SAPS, will do that, because I heard that the honourable member indicates that they do not have a presentation. That is the long and the story, and we will take questions if there are any questions, Chair, and we'll add if I have omitted anything that the Chairperson wanted us to add on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are going to need a detailed report, but not today. The report will come to a committee. We're going to schedule a formal committee again. For us to adopt this report of oversight, we'll need your formal report where you will come and present it officially. As I said, today we just wanted to get the story behind, so that we are going to see, we're going to play an oversight, we're going to the site, the rest will follow. Worry not, we'll question. Even on the site, members will be posing question if they feel or they want to question. We are allowed, don't worry. You can go back to your seat, PMTE. You start with Salvacorp, you'll end with Telkom Towers. DG, don't worry. We know what we're doing. You start with Salvacorp, then Malebu, ready? We are going to deliberate. Allow them to vent, write down. Don't be emotional. Don't make your emotions to get you. We know, all of us, we're not happy. It's so disappointing. But let's allow them to present. Yeah, that's my role. Don't worry. Unfortunately, you have given me powers. You elected me. They are read. Salvacorp report will be noting, and we deliberately said, don't bring those reports. The same applies. We did not request you, PMTE, to bring a report. You must do justice because this is your premises and reflect it. But we are not going to take that report. We are going to listen to what you are saying. You may proceed. Salvacorp start. DG, don't be tempted like my members. It's fine. They'll introduce themselves. It's my turn now. Don't worry. We know what we are doing. Yes. You introduce yourself, DG. No problem. Members, relax. Note it down. You may take off.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister of SAPS, Honourable Minister of Public Works in absentia, colleagues. I'm Sasa Subin. I'm the DDG for Real Estate Investment Services. Thank you and welcome to Public Works. Chairperson, I'll be presenting on the Salvacorp precinct, which is part of the precinct program that is within my ambit.
Maybe before you proceed, as they're saying you must present, I believe it's PMTE. You must start by telling us whether you are leasing this building or not. Because that's what you are doing to other departments. You must tell us. If that's what is done to yourself, then it means you have a right to do to others. Explain that.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, the building that we're in now is known as the CGO building. It's a state-owned building. So this is a state-owned building. Chairperson, you'll see within my presentation of the precinct program, I will touch on that, what the program seeks to do within the inner city of Tshwane, but also subsequently, we've rolled out this program right across all metros and across all other municipalities, district and rural. The program is started in 2024. Let me just get to that. Yeah, this program started in 2024 and, 2014, I beg your pardon, as the precinct development program. But prior to this, we had the Tshwane Inner City Regeneration Program that emanated from a cabinet directive. There we go. That emanated from a cabinet directive of 1997, where all government departments requires to be within the inner city bounds of Pretoria. Subsequently, we've developed together with the municipality of Tshwane, we've developed the Tshwane Inner City Master Plan, which you see within yourself, that is presented or projected up there, that has the development nodes identified. We have within what we term the government estate, we've developed a development framework that then looks at about 6 development nodes, which is the Southern Gateway, where Salvacop will be presented in more detail. We have the Northern Gateway, we have the Civic Precinct, we have the Caledonian Precinct, the Government Boulevard, and the Ceremonial Boulevard. Now, what we've done is that we've linked it to the estate looks at the entire portfolio that we have, which is state-owned, and it amounts to 14 government locations, and it's about 750,000 square meters, where we have government departments, national departments in the main in state-owned accommodation. What we've identified linked to our leasing program, which is in Tshwane, 187 leases, which and the major part of that portfolio, like you've indicated, Chairperson, is with SAPS, and we'll get more into detail on that. So we've looked at that particular portfolio, and we've also linked it to the amount that we are paying for leases. I beg your pardon. And we looked at how we can then develop permanent accommodation solutions within this particular nodes. Now, but just looking at that in isolation will not actually assist government in terms of economic development and revenue generation as well, that we need to support the PMTE with. So the development nodes that we identified in the main, we'll be looking at mixed use developments to also support the PMTE to generate revenue, and case in point is the Salvacop precinct. Now, the major development nodes, like indicated, Salvacop, we're able to develop in around 360,000 square meters of government accommodation. Northern Gateway, 250,000, and there's work in progress in terms of the site and the site development, town planning aspects, etc., so that development can transpire. We're also going to move in a phased approach towards the Capitol Hill, the Government Boulevard, while we also identified opportunities within the state-owned facilities that are vacant, as well as that which we're going to vacate in terms of what are going to be the solutions therein. We have a very defined program. I think this is just a little bit late in coming through. Sorry, can I get some assistance here? Because it seems that it's not projecting. But I will carry on in the interim. So we have a very defined program. Phase 1, we have 17 projects with the view to release to reduce at least 35 leases, with the view of with an estimated value of 413 million, and redirect these towards state-owned asset investments. So that's the program. It's quite detailed, and it's been spanning over a few years. And I'm not sure, Chair, I'll share this with you, but it is very detailed. This is the program that we're running only in Tshwane at this particular stage, and our focus area, as indicated, is Salvacop. So within Salvacop, we're looking at 4 departments that we need to accommodate. We're looking at DHET, we're looking at DSD SASA, we're looking at DHET, and we're looking at DCS. Now, when we get on site, I will actually point out the relevant sites and the development areas that have been identified, with the land extent as well, that will facilitate the development for these various departments, which in the main is DHET, 120,000 square meters. You've got SASA, DSD with 80,000, DHA at 35,000, and DCS at 30,000. These are all PPPs that have been registered with National Treasury by the user departments with support from DPW. And while the land, and I will get into phase 1 now, which is in the main focusing on the site development aspects and the bulk engineering services to ready the land for the development that is going to transpire. But that's in the main, the entire program. On this particular site on Salvacop, there's already the development of Stats SA, which has been completed, and we'd like to actually show you that particular building as well. The focus area I have discussed. I'm not going to get into too much detail on that. Safe to say that the township establishment was approved, and as I indicated, we're looking at a mixed-use development which will include government, commercial, as well as residential. These are just the development nodes that is going to transpire. Like I said, at the moment, what is happening on that particular site is phase 1, which is the installation of bulk and internal infrastructure services that will facilitate the development of these head offices. Okay, but also it lends itself to other developments that will transpire in the future, which is also business, education, and housing. Chair, also the next slide, which is taking a little bit of a while to project. I apologize, I'm not sure what's happening with the IT, but you'd see the program as well and the timelines for the program. I won't go into much detail on that. Safe to say that's just the program that we're busy managing. And I'm going to go on to the next slide. So in terms of Salvacop, it's a sub-36 project, and it's registered with ISA. And ISA then also, in terms of their mandate, supports us to unblock certain areas, and where they've assisted us with is on the aspect of social facilitation. We struggled with the community on site here. Into that sub-36, here we go. We struggled with the community on site, and ISA has assisted us to unblock that by giving us 2 social facilitators, which assisted us vastly with this particular program. And we're grateful for that. And I think that was presented to yourselves. So phase 1, actually, as I indicated, we at about 75% concluded on the bulk engineering services. Computer's a little bit slow today. It's not moving at all. Apologies, Chair. I'm not sure. Okay, thank you. All right, yes, this is the SIP 36 that I've referred to. And yeah, and this is where it's registered with ISA as a SIP 36, and these are the deliverables. Okay, so Chair, the work packages for this project on phase 1 constitutes internal civil works and engineering services. We've got a reservoir that is nearly completed that we've developed. And then the internal electrical works, which is 95% completed. The offsite sewer works, where we're a little bit slow, it's at 8%. And then the bulk electrical works are sitting at 61% on site. The next slide, I'm just going to skip because it actually just gives you the benefits in terms of the impact and the social facilitation. Like I've indicated, we had various challenges on site, but we are working with the ward councillor, supported by the city manager, to deal with community-related challenges on the site. Chair, I'll stop there and we'll move forward in the interest of time. Thank you.
It's here on the floor.
To be on the floor.
I've got 2 slides.
This is the one.
Yeah, they said the other one I put for the future perspective.
You want to project this one
I'll
first?
project this one first. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Remove the other one.
We just stop sharing. But okay.
Okay. Honorable Chair, our Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister present, the DG of our department, the members of the committee present, the colleagues from the Department of Public Works and our client department minister. This is one of the client department which is paying so far. I must confirm they are willing to work with us, and we are having continuous engagement to really collaborate and work together. Chair, the presentation that I will make must put firstly the understanding that the portfolio in terms of its operation from a business point of view is very much systemic. Everything that the decision you take has other impact on other processes within the business itself. So including how leases affect the decision you take in terms of migrating to government buildings and so forth, in terms of what my colleague has presented from Salvoscope presentation, how that also affected the leases that we have. On this one, Chair, with regard to telecom towers, it's one albatross that we are currently carrying, and we hope to address it soon. What happened, Chair, just to give a brief history, this property used to be owned by Telkom Retirement Fund. Telkom Retirement Fund used to lease this property to Telkom Ltd Pty. Those were 2 separate entities. It mainly consists of 10 buildings or 10 towers, and the construction area is around 221,000 square meters.
Sorry to disrupt you. Go back to the first slide. No, back to where you were showing us.
It takes a while.
It takes a while.
Yeah.
Mm.
They got weak.
Oh, Askies. But okay, on that slide, I thought you were going to talk to what we are seeing there. Is it how is it? Is it the current situation of Telkom Towers? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to give a brief of a picture, Telkom Towers on its acquisition, it was a pristine building with a high level of sophistication in terms of outlook, had a gym facility, conference facility, and quite corporate setup that was ready for use by the public sector if as it envisaged to take occupation of the property. So the picture that was there in the front in this slide, yes, this is how it looked at its time, and you could see that this is corporate outlook. It's from the foyer entrances up to the level of the gym and other areas. However, it also reflects the kind of artifacts that were also available. They were highly valued. Unfortunately, Chair, all of that is gone. Yes. Chair, as I've said, the reachable area for Telkom Towers was around 115 square meters, and it had 2,234 parking bays. That is the structure of the tower. Chair, the slides are very slow, so you will forgive me as I will speak quicker. I'm not going to be reading. I'll be speaking to the slides. So these are the towers that we have. Then the PPR National Key Point that was purchased back by the retirement fund is also within the precinct itself. The annexure is 5,500 square meters. The Telkom Tower East is 14,000. The Telkom Tower North that is lettable 26,000, and the Telkom Tower West is 1,000. And Telkom Tower South is 38,000 square meters. IT building is 7,000. The PR building lettable is 4,000. Central building is 3,000. So that is how it was structured. And the next picture also gives you, the next slide also gives you the pictures in terms of how what was the outlook of this particular building. What happened, Chair, is that the department then saw an opportunity to procure the building when the retirement fund of Telkom put it on the market, and the department approached the retirement fund to make an offer. However, for the department to finalize the offer, there should be, of course, a client that is suitable for the use of the building. And during that particular engagement with different clients, and Department of the Supplementary Police Services, of course, was one of the preferred one, given the size of the portfolio, and also how it can augment the program of the inner city generation, where if the police can move towards this side of the boulevard within the city of Tshwane. The purchase price, of course, had to be negotiated. The asking price was around 1,087,560,000. However, there was an approach to the Land Affairs Board to come up with a valuation, which was then 645 million rands, excluding VAT, that was then put on the table. And of course, the retirement fund, given that this was a state entity making the offer, it was then accepted. And the letter was sent to the SAPS to say, look, there's a potential property that can accommodate all your facilities. And the SAPS then did a site visit. That site visit consisted mainly of the high-level police, from the high level of the police echelon, from the security advisor, facility management, CFO, the Deputy National Commission, Deputy Minister, as well as the Minister. But at that time, they all made a visit to the site, and they were all happy with the state of the site. Fast forward, Chair, the feasibility then was conducted, and it came to the conclusion that it can accommodate the SAPS. Of course, the SAPS portfolio is so huge that not all of it could be accommodated as such. There was a shortfall of around 87,000 square meters that could be accommodated as proposed at that time at the old government printing complex site. So it fit the SAPS portfolio with a little shortfall of 87,000 that could not be accommodated at the telecom site. The feasibility that was done then, it's estimated that there could be a refurbishment cost for the air conditioner because it was very old to develop 150 million rands to the central and Somerset House building. It was further noted that the air conditioning system was operational at the time when the facility was viewed and the offer to purchase was made. There was a financial consideration from the feasibility chair that was done in 2015. Hence, the asking price was 1 billion rand. The purchase price, of course, negotiated, including VAT, was 694 million. And of course, if you look at the replacement cost of that particular structure, it's around 3.7 billion. And there was, of course, a lease saving over a period of 10 years that could be achieved through this particular venture to develop 1.6 billion rand that was then estimated. The estimated refurbishment cost that is offset for the refurbishment of the aircon was around 150 million rand. The funding and acquisition, of course, was a joint venture between the department and the SAPS. A meeting was held at the Office of National Treasury between the DPWI and the SAPS, and members of National Treasury discussed the possibility of the acquisition, and that was held on the 7th of July 2015, whereby the full purchase price was then settled in March 2016 prior to the transfer of the telecom towers in the name of the state, which was then done on the 7th of April 2016. So therefore, the breakdown of the purchase price was that the lion's share of the purchase came from the SAPS to the value of 543 million rands, and DPWI came with 150 million rands. NES Africa were the transferring attorneys that did the transfer, and the total cost of the whole process came to it came to 575,000 rands. That was negotiated by the team to facilitate the transfer by the conveyancers. There were issues that needed to be finalized, such as the user charge and in the facility management cost that my colleague have put forward, the Deputy Commissioner, that needed to be finalized, and the estimated user charge rates were structured in order to recover the capital investment by public works over a period of 10 years. So that was a discounted cash model that was then developed at that time to ensure that the market cap was around 9%. However, it was then reduced to 5.5%. With the escalation that was covered within the facility management cost. So then for this, SAPS was given an unfettered access to telecom towers around 1st September 2015. The migration plan, Chair, there were compact discs that portrays the layout, the building structures, what was available in the building. That was done and submitted to the SAPS on the 20th of July 2015. And a strategic meeting was held between the within the department and the SAPS on the 15th of September, and the resolution was taken that the SAPS must then develop a migration plan, and that should be finalized by the end of September 2015. However, Chair, just to cut the long story short, that was then done, and the only time that the migration plan for phase 1 and phase 2 was received was almost a year later from the department, and in between that time, the department was still negotiating with the Department of SAPS to ensure that the migration plan, the user charge model, the facility, as well as the lease to be terminated, because we had to terminate the number of leases. Which lease was supposed to be terminated, because as the time the lease expired, Public Works need not to renew those leases, and which lease were supposed to be fast tracked. So those three areas were part of the negotiations. There was a facility management company that was contracted, which was Bidvest, was signed on the 6th of November 2015 for a period of a year. That was to ensure that there was a smooth transaction and for the SAPS occupation. And the original intention was for the SAPS to start relocating to the complex in December 2015. And however, that moment, there was an interruption in the management of the SAPS. So there was a change of leadership at that time. The access to the telecom towers, as I've said, was given on the 15th of 2015 to the SAPS, and the telecom then, through Bidvest, handed over the keys to our regional office on the 9th of September 2015. And what happened is that SAPS on the 14th of October 2015, for the purpose of installing the IT, the internal installations, especially the IT part of it, Colonel Johan Paghuter visited the facility on the 1st of April 2016, and that was the third visit to ensure that the ICT infrastructure was also put in place. It was indicated that in October that there should be a speed takeover of the building by the SAPS, and the task team was then developed to ensure that there was continuous engagement. And the keys were also handed over to the SAPS Colonel Ngele on the 10th of November 2015. Chair, this incident that happened thereafter, during those times, given that the SAPS was given unfettered access on the 1st of September 2015 for the purpose of preparing the facility. The SAPS appointed the ICT service providers, Infrasol and the EOA, to prepare the building for SAPS migration. And on 2015 October, it was then discovered by the facility management and our team that there were items missing now. Then there was a beginning of the process of vandalism, and in December then cable theft were starting to disappear. Given that there was already an IT company into the facility, it was then difficult to see when these cables were taken and to monitor those issues. However, 2 suspects were then apprehended and they were charged at the Central Police Station in Pretoria. Another incident happened on the 23rd and 28th of September. Cable thefts were then stolen. The security did know what the cables were being stolen, since they were told that the cables were being replaced as part of the IT infrastructure. So in December, again, there was a meeting between the head of PMTE and the Pretoria Regional Office and the SAPS, where with the appointed service provider regarding theft. So the issue of theft then became part of the discussions. And 7th February 2016, tools were reported stolen. And on the 26th of February 2016, several items were removed from Telecom Tower South. And those issues were reported to the police. Unfortunately, in March 2016, a service provider from one of the service providers, EOH, was arrested in possession of some of these cables. So these are some of the issues that really had an impact in terms of the issues of the migration. So the theft also had an impact in terms of complying with the COC and ensuring that the outstanding matters were addressed. Because in line with the agreement and the offer to purchase, the retirement fund was to supply an updated electrical compliance certificate to the purchaser. Telkom committed and to do that and ensure that all those facilities were in good condition as per the lease agreement. However, it was indicated that on 29 September that the contractor will be on site for approximately 3 weeks and until the 30th of October 2015. And that part of that was to restore the air conditioning system to its original functioning, because when they moved out, it was shut down and it was then affected. And what happened then, Chair, is that I will skip this one because it's part of the event. But what happened is that 10 Consulting Company was appointed by Telkom to conduct the COC and prepare the soft start for air conditioning system, because the air conditioning system was the major one. However, when they did that, Chair, they discovered that quite a number of cables have been missing and have been compromised. That in itself had an impact in terms of the overall refurbishment of the facility, to ensure that the SAPS was able to move back. Among those was the electrical work. Generally, they were in good condition at the beginning, but the earth cables have been stolen. Mechanically, the HVAC, the air conditioning that was supposed to be restored, leaking pipes, cooling towers, were all in good condition. However, the cabling that was stolen then made it difficult now for telecom towers to repair the air conditioning, because the supporting infrastructure was already compromised. Many faults on the fire panel due to removal of cables. Cabling which had been removed has effect on the. It had an effect in terms of ensuring that the building management system, the lifts, and the air conditioning were also functioning, because it had already been compromised. It also had a compromise on the lift system. It also compromised on the security. Some of the CCTV cameras were removed. The biometric system could not work, and that is how then the entire cabling infrastructure system compromised the migration at that time. The migration process was then interrupted when the SAPS management changed their crucial point in time, as I've said. Gross theft of electrical cables, network cables, earth cables, building management components, HVAC controllers, IT security, building management, lifts, air conditioning, and all of those could not operate as a result of the cabling, the theft cabling. And as a result, they could not provide the updated COC by the seller. On the 26th of October 2023 and 2023 November, on 23 November 2023, an MI notification in terms of the AG for the underutilized of telecom towers was issued to the department, and PMT action plan to respond to the material quality was then developed. On the 28th of February, then Minister instructed management to institute investigation on the procurement and circumstances leading to the state of the facility to date. Again, on the 2nd of October 2024, Minister Dean McPherson conducted an oversight on the telecom towers and visited various buildings, including the North Towers. The minister then called for the appointment of independent probe on telecom towers. The report should detail who's to blame and what will be the best solution moving forward for telecom towers to limit further wastage of taxpayers' money. Chair, the North Tower, where my colleague referred to that they moved in around October 2020. I must say, I will just quickly go through those issues. We did appoint a facility management company in that particular tower in January 2024. However, what happened is that in this year, again, there was a prohibition notice issued by the Department of Labor. However, what happened to North Tower before the SAPS moved in, Chair? I will quickly address this. The department appointed DBSA to do the recapitalization or the refurbishment of the Northern Tower, and the value of around 200 million rand was spent. That, and in October 2022, then the SAPS moved in with an understanding that the facility was ready, and unfortunately, as my colleague have said, which I agree, that the option certificate was withdrawn. Again, this year, the Department of Labor issued the provision notice on the 26th of February 2024. I must indicate, Chair, that the provision notice made reference to issues such as the lighting, such as the mechanical system with regard to ventilation, around HVAC issues, and also fire equipment that were not in compliance with, and the valid certificate of occupation for fire clearance, and also emergency exit, as well as the using installation cables which were not allowed in the standard for connections and the general administration regulation. These issues, Chair, as the Department of Labor issued the provision notice, the DG from Public Works called an urgent meeting with the police commissioner. We had a meeting here, and we presented our action plan to address those issues. We also offered, Chair, I must state it up front, we offered to the SAPS to provide them with alternate accommodation. We had to do our procurement process, and therefore we came to a conclusion that they will be accommodated at the CSR building. where then we agreed, we took the team there, everybody was satisfied. However, the needs assessment of the Department of SAPS had to be submitted in order for us to finalize that particular interim or alternate accommodation. Chair, we have been dealing with that issue with the SAPS back and forth, and unfortunately, I must state it's not our fault that they are working at home. I must be upfront. We provided the facility, is there. We even added the space that was supposed to be occupied by Department of Higher Education and Learning, which they did not occupy, which we have procured through the procurement system. So that is available. What we need from SAPS is to give us their final needs assessment so that we can finalize that accommodation. We even made an offer to say Public Works will then take the bill in terms of that accommodation with CSRR. So again, we had to also institute consequence management on our part as to how it happened that there was a provision notice that was not addressed from the beginning. That is part that the DG is working on. But the offer is there to that we could have accommodated SAPS at that time. And at the moment, Chair, I must say, 99% of the issues in the North Tower have been addressed. What is not been addressed is not part of the provision notice. Are things that the current facility management team is working on to address. However, we need to have a meeting, which we agreed with my colleagues, to sit down and address these issues with SAPS so that we are on the same page in understanding as to what caused the delay in terms of the submission of the assessment, of the needs assessment, and how do we then move forward in terms of the temporary allocation as well as the migration back to telecom towers, if that is going to be happening. We are willing to work. These are issues we are prepared to take up. I must also indicate, Chair, before I conclude on the presentation, we have developed as part of the team a proposal that we are currently going to be presenting to the minister going forward, and in terms of how do we see the future of telecom towers. We have set up a team through the DG's office that is working in terms of the future use of telecom. It's a state facility. It can't be left unattended in perpetuity. And in our next meeting, we can present those proposals that we are making forward as part of our turnaround plan for telecom towers. We will also engage SAPS to see whether we can have a common ground, because they are one of the highest lease owners in the city. And we want to reduce that. The minister has been clear that we want to reduce that particular, we want to reduce that particular, that private lease portfolio and move and migrate them into the state facility. That is our mandate that we seek to achieve, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have listened to the right side. Now it's the turn of the left side. I get where I'm seated. There's my right. Now I'm turning, yeah. Members, all of you are going to speak 3 minutes each. Bear in mind, you are starting with the AG, annual report, Salvacop, and 3 minutes. Radi, you are going to be a timekeeper, as you usually do. Start with your time. All of you are going to speak. None of you, I don't need hands. And remember, when we engage on the issue of the two buildings or complex that we are going to visit, it's not yet finalized. They were just giving us the overview. Then we'll have a special meeting again. Don't get into too details, because they were giving us what we must go and look and try to check. So I don't want you to get agitated with the two, but we'll rather focus on the AG and the annual report, but at the same time, engage with subs. The story has turned around, according to me. Maybe what I must ask Sibande, Your question must just be yes or no. According to your report, if I understood it very well, it must just be yes or no. You are telling us you have completed the project. It was a delay of subs to come and occupy. Then you had issues of vandalism, theft, and everything. Then it took you back. Then you are starting afresh. Is that what I've captured or not? Yes or no? Then you stop there.
Yes, with a significance level of 95%. Thanks.
Thank you. Colleagues, you got that? Maybe I'm lachanyana for the next time, not now. I just wanted that clarity. Don't do that. I'm not going to. We are managing time, members. I said 3 minutes, and that 3 minutes goes to 27 minutes. You have 30 minutes this side. They have 30 minutes to respond. Then we are leaving. We want to go to the main venue, the complex. The rest, you'll still have an opportunity to question when we arrive there. Are you ready with your timekeeping? Can you show me? Then you'll be the first one. The second one, or must we change today for a timekeeper? Huh? I'm going to manage time. On a serious note, colleagues, and it won't be nice if I stop you. I'm going to do that. Radio are going to start. Colleagues, wait, I'm still giving you. Remember the ages report. You marry it with the two presentation because they marry each other. There's no way. You're going to start, Radi. Sipo, you'll follow. Can you write down who do you follow? I'm not going to come back again. Radi, you'll be the first one. Masangu, you'll be the second one. But Mkwena, you'll be the third. Then the fourth is Malebu, Kobe. And the fifth one, you'll be Bath. The sixth one next to you, Bath, Untate Gama. Then Mankosi, you'll follow. The last one will be the Langa. In that order. Thank you. Timekeeper start. 3 minutes. If he has exceeded, indicate we're going to stop you.
Thank you, Chair. We heard in the capacity workshop that clean audits without developmental outcomes is unethical. So the aim is not necessarily to get a clean audit, but to ensure that we have proper developmental outcomes. And sadly, from the report that we've had neither of the two. We're getting bad audits and no proper developmental outcomes. Chair, we have 2 clean audits, but key audits of PMTE and IDT and the parliamentary villages remain incomplete. These delays are alarming, especially when there are clear risks that are involved. The fact that the department only achieved 59% of its targets is unacceptable. Unacceptable. We are not here to make friends with you. We are here to get the work done because we have a responsibility on behalf of the citizens of South Africa to ensure that the monies that they're spending in this department through their taxes is being well spent. Key projects are being delayed or cancelled. The minister said that he wants South Africa to be a construction site. We can't manage 390 or so projects with an estimated value of 17 billion rands. They have to be cancelled or they are being stalled. How do we explain this to South Africans who are waiting for services? We're talking about schools here. We're talking about hospitals and other infrastructure that our communities desperately need. The root of the problem is poor project management, lack of coordination, and failure to hold contractors and senior officials accountable. Contractors who have repeatedly failed are still being hired by this department. This is not just incompetence, it's neglect of the highest order. Chair, furthermore, financial mismanagement remains a major concern. Irregular expenditure, wasteful spending, and unresolved material irregularities have caused significant financial losses. What's worse is that there seems to be little urgency in addressing these issues. We hear this time and time and again. We went through previous reports, previous discussions in previous administrations. It's almost like a repeat. Chairperson, this department has to stop with its excuses, and the excuses must stop now. We need real consequences for non-performance. That's why I asked, where's the nearest jail? The previous minister, and I'm moving to the last presentation, the previous minister, I think it was Minister Zikalala, Sishle Zikalala, he asked for a forensic investigation into Telkom Towers in February 2024. We've been through these reports as this team, the report that was presented here. Where is that forensic report? Where is the forensic report that was requested by the previous minister? If there's an official here who has failed to follow through an instruction by the minister, that official must hand in the resignation now, or we hold that official solely responsible for losses incurred at Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Ah, sorry.
Thanks, Chair, and greeting once more. Let me quickly get into my questions so that I cannot be caught by time. The first one, I want to check with the Auditor General whether do you have any comment on the 13.7 billion owed by the client departments, or any ways that the Auditor General can use to assist the department to recap the money owed to department. Number two, I want to check from the Auditor General on consequence management, whether there are any other ways of enforcing consequence management, rather than having findings and recommend to the same department to perform consequence management on their own mistakes or their doings. Then I want to check whether the Auditor General does not have a detailed report on the project that was or a detailed investigation apart from the SIU investigation, but your own investigation on the building of the Telkom Tower. But Chair, what I've noted that from both reports, there are names or there are words that frequently comes in the report. And the first word is the word of delays. We get use of accepting our mistake that we reason. We even give reasons why we fail to implement our projects. And delay is becoming a reason. That because of delay, that's why there are material irregularities. Because of delay, that's why there are irregular payments or whatsoever. So the issue of the material irregularities, you explained that it was because of cancellations of projects. There's a 4 billion project that was cancelled, not knowing why. When the project is started, when you arrive, when you spend almost 4 billion, then you cancel the project. And there's no explanation why you've cancelled the project. And the project will lead to the material irregularity or the overpayment. You've also spoke overpayment of suppliers. Why do you overpay a supplier? It's by mistake or it's by deliberation? Because you said this bottle, it cost 1 rand, but now you're paying 5 rand for this bottle. then it leads to what challenges that we have. But the problem that I've noted, there are no consequence management, and we rely on the department or whosoever to institute investigations based on mistakes that are committed by us. On the issue of Telkom Tower, I don't want to comment much, because the issue of Telkom Tower, it shows that there are many problems there from its inception. Because what I will need is to even check the study that was done at the beginning, whether it is the true reflection of what is happening, whether the building indeed it was like that in the beginning when it was purchased, or even the building it relates, it is equals to the value of the building is equal to what it was done there. And I don't understand, why do you buy a building from me tomorrow? You lease it back to me, you sell it back to me. I buy the building from you, then you lease it back to me. Within 2 days. That's why I don't understand their problems. And if we don't have a report or an investigation that tells us from the inception, we're still going to go there. It can't be that we fail to resolve a problem for 8 years. And when you arrive, when you arrive for 8 years, and I'm not even sure the SAPS why they are not occupying the building. Why they are not occupying the building from the first instant, from the first day. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm just worried hearing the reports. I hate reports because they're reflectory. They tell us what happened, and I'm more interested in what do we need to do, or what are we actually doing. We're 100 days now into this tenure, and I'm not hearing solutions. And I was hoping that that's where we would go. So internally, I'm worried that we're not monitoring it. Whether it's, we heard in reports yesterday that we don't have capacity within the department to monitor projects, to manage them, because when you look at the situation, for instance, of 56% of projects having been delayed, it boggles the mind how we get to 56%. What lessons are we learning? If we have 10 projects, surely we must have learned lessons from the first and the second, so that by the time we get to the third and the fourth and the fifth, we've learned lessons and something is being done. It looks like that is not happening in the department, and perhaps our monitoring regime is not helping us. And so it speaks to then how do you lose 17 billion, which is supposed to go into service delivery, into helping society, which is what we're here for. I think sometimes we get bogged down in these numbers and terminology and so on and so forth. We forget that the main purpose is to deliver service to the people. And as public servants, it really needs to come back to us as a priority. There's so many issues that we still need to deal with. So we're not regulating the industry because we're bogged down in these little details. The industry is in disarray. The built environment is in disarray, completely not regulated, because we're sitting down in tables and discussing these little details of Telkom, corruption, this, that. We need to get back to the overarching purpose. We don't have a plan. We don't have a 20-year plan. But ma'am, I was just starting. Yeah, but I'll just close by saying that we need to go back to understanding why we're here, and I think we tend to lose that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I think being relatively young and being excited to be on this portfolio committee, I'm extremely disappointed with it. And I'll tell you why. We had the AG come up, and then we had SAPS come up, and we also had the DPWI come. And it seems the common denominator that we have, the common problem that we have right now, is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The AG has reported that there is lack of consequence management. They are not keeping a finger on the pulse, and hence we are seeing so much material irregularities. SAPS also came and they said, we have honored our end of the agreement, and it was a very succinct presentation, I must admit. Thank you so much for that, because they said, this is how much we paid, this is how the transaction went, and this is where we failed. And I tell you, when I say the devil is in the details, because when the Department of Public Works came, as specifically PMT came, it seemed as though the details that they were giving us were just to make us lose our track in the transaction. It should have also been high level, should have just said, this is how much you were given, this is what we have done, and this is how far we are. We don't need to know that a key was given on the 26th of February. We need to know, why is SAPS still paying over R1 billion, why they have incurred costs of over R1 billion, and why they still continue to pay monthly leases, and why are they still scattered around Pretoria. It is unacceptable, because these are public monies that are spent, and we must get value for money. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure needs to take some sort of accountability and not tell us about plans. They have told us, I mean, even with the delays of the project, ma'am, our chairperson, with the delays of the projects, they've lost a lot of money. I can tell you now, there was a particular one in Limpopo where they have lost 3.4 million. And it's a particular interest of me, because I'm from Limpopo. The education system there was delayed because of this delay. Now, the telecom towers, why were they not safeguarded? Why was there so much theft? And they also said that the reason that the project in Limpopo as well has lost so much money is because there was theft. There was no safeguarding. For me, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is failing their client departments. When you come to us as a portfolio committee and ask us to support you so that clients must pay back the monies, we aren't getting the full story. Right now, we at least have a client who can give us a rendition of their story. And we need the department to be honest. We will support you. This is not a gotcha exercise. When we are working here as a portfolio committee, we want to ensure that these two arms of government work together so that there is transformational value for the people of South Africa. But it's not being done because someone is trying to run away with the money. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is not more on on questioning somebody or seeking clarity on something. I joined Parliament in June this year, and I became a member of this committee around August, if my memory serves me correctly. When I joined this committee, I did not fully understand the powers, the political powers that one has in terms of making sure that there's transformation. But since I've realized the powers that one has, we will make use of those powers because clearly somebody is not doing what they're supposed to do. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So we will make sure that job that needs to be done, work that needs to be done is being done. That I can assure you. Some of us have got background in administration, so we know. Whenever a particular task is not being carried out, it just tells you that there is an administrative problem in that regard. Somebody is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I'll make an example. I'll put it ngesiZulu. Kuthiwa lana kunemali u4 billion elahlekile, kunama delays and stuff. Kunento ekufanele siyazi ekuzofanele ukuthi I'm glad that the Deputy Minister of Police is here. He's going to assist us because we'll need the protection obviously because sizothinta abantu laba engathanda ukuthintwa khona. Kunemali kunomkhuba omubi owenzakalayo. Kula kukhokhelwa khona abantu bamathenda, contractors. Yes, it's true. Some contractors may not be they don't know what they're doing. It's true. But in some other cases, yabona, if you're running a business, you need lento kuthiwa i-cash flow. Now, ama-contractors akhala ngokuthi siyawahambisa ama-invoice, kodwa asikhokhelwa. Isizathu sokungakhokhelwa hayi ngoba bengawenzile umsebenzi, hayi ngoba akushoda ama-documents. I-problem, kunama-officials that are corrupt lapha ngaphakathi. Athi asizukukhokhela ungasinikezile some kickbacks. Asizukukhokhela ungasinikezile imali engaka. And bavesane basho imali abayithandayo. And ngesikhathi imali engakhokhiwe, umsebenzi ngaphandle yalimali. Ekugcineni kosuku the next project ayisenzeki kanjalo. So sizokuhlalela phansi ke lokho sikulungise. We'll have to get some reports because kuyacaca nanokuthi kushuthi i-reporting system ngaphakathi kwi-department engathi ayishayi khona. And also the I get
30 seconds saying you came in August, you're not sure you came in June. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to start off just by addressing the AG and just thanking the AG for the good work that it does and how it helps us to reflect on the performance of the department. I must say that we must commend the CRDB for improving its audit outcomes. I think all can start there. But it is very disappointing that we are here today without an ability to reflect on the performance of PMTE and various other entities. I think, Chairperson, and I've written to you, I think this committee must take a firm resolution to request the department to adhere to the recommendations from the Auditor General. The recommendations are very similar this year around to the way that they were last year around. So I think that is a recommendation or resolution that we should take. Chair, the second point that I wanted to make, I think we saw some very big numbers in the reports today, and this is directed at the PMTE. What is the department doing about sourcing capable contractors? We saw it from the AG's report that the root cause of these projects being delayed and being cancelled is as a result of these contractors that are being appointed. So that is the question that I'm asking. What is being done to tighten the way that contractors are appointed or evaluated for their ability to deliver? Chairperson, then moving on to my third point, I noted the presentation around precincts. My question is really around, it's also directed at PMTE. My question is around space norms. I want to understand whether the department has, or when last the department reviewed its occupational norms and standards. You have people occupying 30 square meters per desk, which obviously translates into a massive need for office accommodation. I can say that in the Western Cape and in international best practice, that number is down to about 8 square meters per desk. Are we not trying to source too much office accommodation? That is the next question. I also want to understand from the department its relationship with SAPS. We know that the department is the custodian of immovable assets, but it seems that a lot of custodianship or mandate has been delegated over to SAPS. SAPS has its own facilities management. They're sitting here. They do their own procurement. They also do their own construction and, in various cases, facilities management. So I just want to understand where that relationship lies. I then also want to ask about what is happening between the coordination at head office and your regional offices? We saw a very scary slide with lots of red squares where it seems that your regional offices are not aligning to head office. And I think that speaks to consequence management again. And maybe I should ask the DG and the senior managers that are sitting here, Are you guys afraid of your staff? Why can't you take action against these underperforming staff members that you have? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, let me start by saying we have a concern with the report that was sent to us last night by the department. We really appeal to the department that they must take us very seriously, because they can't send us the report last night expecting that we must participate in the morning. This must come to an end. Chair, I think my colleagues has covered me on the number of issues, especially on the procurement issue of the number of delayed projects by the service providers that are impacting negatively to the community because it hampers the service delivery. Second to that, there's overspending that was raised by the Auditor General. I mean, overpayment of the suppliers by the department. And there's nothing that we are hearing that was done by the department. It comes back to the issue of the consequence management that is not done by the department. And we're appealing to the department to deal with that. There's a lack of monitoring of projects, inadequate monitoring that is led by the project managers. And indeed, the department must do something with that. We can't speak one and the same thing all the time. Lack of consequences management. It's not happening in the department, but wrong things keep on happening. There are service providers that are doing poor performance. Nothing is happening. The Auditor General recommended that the action plan by the department must be submitted to the department quarterly so that we can monitor the implementation. Can we really get to that as the portfolio committee? Incomplete projects, Madam Chairperson, I think it's concerning us as the committee as well. And this requires a meeting between the minister, the DDG, and the accounting officers and the portfolio committee quarterly to deal with this. Other than that, there's nothing that is going to happen. So we request that we do that. On the telecom towers, that one is too much stories, Madam Chair. And as a result, you don't know what to say. But what we can say is that the meeting between the two departments is needed, Honorable Chair, so that they can deal with these issues, because there are a lot of contradicting statements in their in their presentations. So please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think we've done a proper diagnostic of the issues, so I'm not going to continue to diagnose. But I think it would be important to start to think what needs to be done. Minister, I think being a new minister and a relatively new DG, there is a need for an emphasis at the tone at the top in terms of issues of implementation and execution, and focusing on strengthening contract management and project management capacity, and bringing in those engineers and those skills so that you are able to manage your contractors appropriately. It also seems to me that if you spend 99% of your budget, but you have only achieved 59% of your key performance areas. You have either underestimated the contracts, or you are going to be getting into variation order territory. And that is a very bad place to be at. You need to make sure that you've got the internal controls in place in order to make sure that you comply. There also seems to be a lot of alibis. If you don't manage alibis, and if you just agree to the alibis, it will then lead to the lack of consequence management. I think alibis need to be thrown out of the window so that you can move forward. We are happy to hear that the bookkeeping seems to be good in terms of financial management, but it's probably good because the activity is very low in the department. So there is a need to prioritize according to the AG. The MTSF priorities are not being followed up, and they don't make their way to the action plan of the department. If there's no alignment in terms of that, you are not going to achieve what you need to achieve. So it's important for you to look at your order to execution and see how best to deal with that, especially also dealing with the processes and systems that need to be dealt with. And then you have an issue of repeat offenders. Contractors who have caused you a lot of delays and have actually caused cancellation, but they're still on your system. You need to blacklist them. It's very important that when we next meet, you must tell us how many contractors you've blacklisted because they've been problematic in the past, and you can no longer continue to work with them going forward. It's going to be very important that you indicate that. So I will leave it at that for now. Just a few to-dos.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, let's start by saying that as the portfolio committee, we got the message from the AG. We got the message of the areas that we have to focus on. The first area, I must start with to the minister and the DG, is this question of getting late reports to the comment. Getting reports later. The question I want to put, how can you feel, Minister? We are having a meeting at 8 o'clock the following day, and we get the report at 8 at night. How can you feel? I'm throwing back to you this question. The other area that is quite concerning is on the Telkom towers. And I think I like Honorable Gama. He said that what is to be done. And like I'm also schooled from the School of Thought of great problems give us great solutions. And unfortunately, a solution must come from here, not outside. I think what needs to be done is very simple. So that we jail honorable members, the right people with evidence. A lot has happened there. We need to get a report on the progress of the forensic investigation that was signed by the previous minister in the department. That's the first point. There must be a meeting between the two departments to have a shared approach on the matter. Thirdly, going back to the very same forensic investigation, I think we need to have an independent forensic investigation. Either is AG or any independent body, not SAPS, not Public Works, so that we can get at the bottom of this matter to the latter. Minister, this investigation also must get in detail on the question of the usage of private accommodation as opposed to the usage of government buildings that are provided by governments. But there's a lot of resources that get lost in that process. Unfortunately, this issue of leadership is a painful exercise. You correct the wrongs by making what are supposed to be right. The last issue I want to speak to, Chair, is this question of the outstanding information. PMT and ITT, income-based audit. This hampers us as the committee. I think what needs to be done is simply that it's very concerning, and all these contain a significant risk that must be noted. And there is a need to speed the completion of this process. As we can even almost not complete our PRR because of this. But what we're going to do as the committee, we are going to have to meet every quarter with the minister and the accounting officer and to get the report so that we avoid what happened last year. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
I guess you are at my right-hand side. Before I could give it to you, you're going to share the 30 minutes amongst yourself. I don't know how are you going to caucus, but you only have 30 minutes to respond on my right-hand side. It's a GNU arrangement. How you're going to caucus? Anyas. As a member of the committee, being the chair, I have 2-3 questions or concerns. One, the AG is set to its report, if I have captured it correctly, all infrastructure needs are not met by the department. And your mandate as a department is it's public works and infrastructure. Then what does it say? You are unable to execute your duties as a department. Maybe in the next meeting, you must tell us how are you planning to turn around this underlined statement. The parliamentary village boards, I've taken note of that, AG. I will be part of assisting as the chair of the committee. I'll meet with Honorable Horn, the one who deals with members' interest in parliament, and get the dates. While DG will be assisting, maybe you've got the dates, but I'll put it upon myself to fast track the process, which is really, it can be correct for 10 years. It means from the fifth administration, sixth administration, now we are on the 7th one. There's nothing reported on. I believe Minister and the DM, the two of you, it's unlike ministers who have been appointed without knowing the processes of parliament and the importance, but you have served in committees. You understand how do we operate. You understand the mandate of being a member and what is your role before you become executives. So we are requesting you to follow that. Don't forget what you did before you became executives. Try to respond and submit a report in time. I believe even yourself, Minister, when you were an ordinary member or a member of a committee, you could not take it. Therefore, we request that rectify that one. I'm happy because I'm talking to members who have been in parliament before they become executives. I'll give it a waiver to those who have never been in parliament but just became executive. They might not understand the processes of parliament. Gigi, I don't know whether you get a template from monitoring and evaluation and your KPIs, the way it was reflected, members, the department met more than 200% of its KPIs. But on the ground with the mandate that they're supposed to do, they're not delivering. But KPIs, they've overachieved on paper. But one thing that I can tell you today is that the past 3 days, we had to engage, we were capacitated to understand it must not be on paper. It must touch the lives of South Africans. What is on paper? It must correspond with the change that you are doing to South Africans at large. The KPIs, when you see them, it tells you, to me, it just gives me the understanding that each and every municipality or each and every village, they don't have a problem of access to roads. The Welisizwe bridges have been implemented all over because you have achieved more than 200% of your KPIs. So if your KPI tells us you have achieved more than what you have targeted, therefore we must not have a problem of water because you have a role to build the infrastructure of water. You have a role to build schools in different provinces. Do we have that as a country? No. But your KPIs, maybe you must revisit and talk to Babluaz. When you engage in your technical committees, the template does not speak to the service delivery issues. It only speaks to yourself in the offices. And why should you present it to us? Because our interest is to change the lives of the South Africans. It does not. So I'm afraid to say, you know, when we see it, you are just creating. But I think it's because of your template that you are given. When I move to SAPS, I'm a bit disappointed because, or maybe you'll respond. Between 2001 and 2004, or where you have been given keys and all the stuff, what was your role there? You just told yourself because it's DPWI's responsibility, you did not even try to secure your place. You allowed criminal activities to happen and you are SAPS. Unless otherwise we're not getting the story right. You just allow it, vandalism, cable theft, things that South Africans are crying about across the country. And you are the ones who must prevent that. It happens within your territory. But together with this question, PMTE, what are your processes of the purchasing process? When you are purchasing a complex, then later, how do you follow the handover process? Because really, it means you did not hand over. That's why I'm saying, come in and try to explain to us what happened, because there's a missing link, or it was done deliberately so that it must be part of what was supposed to be in the commission of inquiry there. On my own, the story is the same as what happened to SAA. Telkom Tower stories is the same. The way they are explaining it, DM, you purchase, you sold out the Airbuses, then later you lease them back. And you took that thing to say it must go to Zondo Commission. Was that a Zondo Commission on a state capture? Yes. Why were this part was not taken to the State Capture Commission? Because it's the same. And the timelines are the same. You purchased a building, you then allowed the same people that you have purchased from to buy it back and lease a certain area again? What's the story? In the period where you say you have handed over to SAPS, there's criminal elements that happened there. No one, you are not even telling us the cases and all the stuff, but it just business as usual. What must happen here? Let's be honest. And South Africans are watching, and we've got a need. They need more money to get services, and we are playing with this money. So I really feel like maybe we must also reverse the Zondo Commission to chip in your story, because we might not have that opportunity. But I want to agree with Honorable Zelange that we need a special forensic, not from your department, DM, not from your department minister, but it must be an independent one. And it must kickstart. It must kickstart while we'll be waiting for what has been recommended. It's an internal arrangement of your forensic. We're waiting for it, but this one, it's part of our highly recommendation as a committee. Whoever who must start with it, record it. It must kickstart while you'll be busy dealing with other issues. I have a lot, but I choose not to. You, Salvacop, members missed the part of Salvacop. I did not even hear you. It's only Bath who spoke to it. I don't understand what is the objective. What is it that you want to achieve with Salvacop? Because you explained better to say when you made the decision to go to Telkom Towers Complex, you wanted to house SAPS in one place so that you must minimize leases and all the stuff. We understand what was the vision behind. But then Salvacop, you missed that point. And it has a lot of role players. You are putting in Tshwane that we never thought maybe they were supposed to be here to tell us few issues. You missed Issa. Issa is not here. There are few issues that we want to understand from Issa. So you just gave us a blank check, but we're fine. We can move with it when we arrive to Salvacop. But I really, even committee members, I believe you don't get what is the mission behind, the objective of Salvacop. What is it that you want to achieve? If it's a model that you want to be done, implemented in all different provinces, you do not talk about that. And how is it going to minimize or going to benefit government? You never spoke about that. The evocation of occupational certificate. I'm not a technocrat. I don't get it. 1 minute you are given a certificate to occupy, 1 minute is revoked. Who issues? When you explain there's Tshwane, there's labor as well. So I don't understand. Maybe Tshwane said evoke, we are evoking it. You remained there, you continued. Nani SAPS. You stayed in a place where they said you must move out. You wait for labor to enforce you. What was happening? And I want to question you, honorable members, and all of you. When you arrive in an office, be it you have a 1 day, I've said it. Don't put a blame, take responsibility. That slide that spoke and told us about reappear, it must not come back, not in this committee. Take responsibility. Don't tell us when management changes, when politicians changes, it's a lame excuse. Yes, tomorrow they might withdraw me and said, you are redeployed to the next committee. Then you want to tell us you're not going to proceed with the program. It's not about an individual, it's about the program and the processes that must happen. Don't attach resolutions implementation with a person. We are running government here. And I believe even the minister, when you respond, you're not going to start by saying, now in my time, I'm not going to do this. There are processes, there are plans that were adopted. Let's proceed with them. Why should it be about us individuals? It's a problem. The minute you start to tell us when there's a change of politicians, we've changed the pattern, when there's it's an excuse. Let's take responsibility, colleagues. I'm raising this because why are we here today? Or why we've started as this team, the team of Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. It was recommended, it was a legacy report. And we want to tell you we are leading by example. The legacy report that we got from the 6th administration, it has recommended us to have a capacity building quickly so that we must deal with issues and things that are not going right in the country. And every board, every department depends on DPWI to be housed. You've got houses all over that are dilapidated. Everything, it's about DPWI. And we said to ourselves, we're not going to stand up and say we must start our own program. We're following what was left behind. Why can't you do that? Technocrats and executives. If it's a mandate, even yourself, you have a role to advise the executive when they enter in the offices, or these are the programs. But if you can't advise them, they'll feel like you don't have plans. Then they will redirect and change. The reason why we are here today and we're going to play oversight on Silvercorp and Telkom Towers, it was a recommendation of the previous committee, the 6th administration. There's nothing wrong, but we want to proceed and try to do our work. So with that few remarks, I'm a bit disappointed, even though I want to applaud you, DG. You've managed to address issues that were raised by the AG, almost 90% of them. Keep it up, but try to deal with issues that will impact the lives of South Africans. You may start. The AG, you can start responding. How you are going to manage time, I don't know, but you've got 30 minutes, all of you. AG, you'll start. The department you'll follow, then I'll allow subs to respond at the tail end. And within these 30 minutes, members, we must leave, we must go to the oversight. And we only have an hour to visit the 2 sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to the members of the committee for their inputs. Let me start off by saying that it's very clear that for a long time, things have been done in a way that have not yielded results for this department. That is obvious. And so it is critical, and in fact, it would be irresponsible of this department not to review, reimagine, and rethink the way it approaches both the public works component and the infrastructure component that are with it. And that is currently underway, so that we are able to follow and present a credible program that puts this department back on course to be able to deliver goods and services, be able to lead a national infrastructure program, and be able to account for every cent that is given to us. I want to say that Telkom Towers represents everything that has gone wrong over the last few years. And let me say, honorable members, that there are many Telkom Towers across this country. It is an example of poor financial control an inability to complete projects, non-project management, illogical procurement, and further irrational procurement. And we have to ask ourselves some serious questions around, did we even need to buy it to begin with? Was the purchase price ever justifiable? And the Minister of Police and myself will be meeting soon to decide also how we need to approach things in the interim. I think we also need to be very clear that the reports that present to you are from the 2023 to 2024 financial years, but they represent a learning curve and what doesn't need to be done if we want to change the trajectory of this department, because it does require deep structural reform. And this, I will be honest with you, will not be solved overnight. We have to create a sustained pathway to service delivery excellence and to audit outcomes. That's why I have tasked the department, particularly under DDG Mahlangu, to develop a roadmap to audit outcome sustainability, as well as to advise on how we deal with all of these delayed projects, and that there are consequences for non-compliance and for officials who do not want to get on board. There must be consequent management for non-performance. This is non-negotiable. It is evident to me as the executive that the PMTE and IDT require intense scrutiny. It is not acceptable to me or to the department management that financials were not submitted on time. And let me state for the record that when they are submitted, it will not change the material facts that they will not be that they will be qualified audits with serious material findings. But let me tell you what we have done to remedy the situation. We are going to be working with the Auditor General to ensure that we are on a path to sustainable audits. We will be conducting live auditing in departments, so we will not wait until the problem has manifested at the end of the financial year. We will pick it up there and then and deal with it. We will start producing interim financial statements so that we are able to pick up issues where we go. I have also stepped up internal controls to restructure the way that payments are done, and that officials will not have the free rein to spend up to 20 million rand without authorization. That's what previously happened in this department. You will now have to get sign-off from the accounting officer to do so. I welcome the suggestion by the Auditor General and the Portfolio Committee to produce quarterly progress on implementations of our plans, and we will do that. We also must make sure that we start digitizing in this department. It is unacceptable, and corruption is allowed to foster where there is paper everywhere. Things get lost, they take an extraordinary amount of time, documents get changed. And so we will be implementing a digitization program. I want to say that one of the first things I did when I came into this department is recognize that Telkom Towers represented a far bigger problem, as I had said. And that's why, Chairperson, in August, we had announced an independent investigation, forensic investigation into Telkom Towers that would determine its entire history, where the due process was followed, how the transaction took place, whether there were other suitable buildings that could have been used, determine whether the department's procurement policies, procedures, and guidelines were followed through, whether officials or any other person contravened laws or duties relating to the transaction, and what process should be undertaken for them, to gather evidence that will be submitted to law enforcement to be able to criminally prosecute those that have allowed a R1 billion project to remain uninhabited. And Chair, there's one thing that will strike you as glaring when you go there. They haven't even bothered to take down the Telkom signs after 10 years. They are still there. That is the lack of care and duty of care that has been shown to that project. We will also determine the extent and involvement of officials, but also what is the appropriate course of action to go forward, and to recommend to the Minister what should be done or what options are available and on the way forward, as well as recommend any changes to government legislation that could have avoided this taking place. So that process is already underway, and as soon as the service provider has been appointed, they will have 60 days to provide those recommendations, not 6 years or not 6 months, but they will provide a report to my office in 60 days, which will then be shared with the people of this country, because it's their money and they deserve to know what happened. So we really do take these issues seriously. And I just want to say, if I quickly can, that I welcome Honourable Reddy's highlighting to reconsider the way in which we do public projects. The current model, Honourable Reddy, that is envisaged or executed by PMT and IDT is not working. That much is obvious. And IDT is particularly problematic. In fact, they had asked for a bailout of 250 million rand, which I had denied, because it cannot be that you have 9 billion rand of assets and yet you cannot generate any income. Honourable Mahlangu, you really make some good points around Telkom Towers. And Honourable Gama, you're absolutely right around contract and performance management. It is a glaring fact that needs to be done, and also blacklisting. And I will ask the department to produce that policy on blacklisting for non-performance contractors. But I must say this, Chair, and I must come back to this point. This department is technically bankrupt. Unless people start paying us, we are financially insolvent. It cannot be that you are a client, and with respect to the SAPS, they owe us 2 billion rand for client services. Correctional Services owe us 4.7 billion rand. The Defence Department owes 5 billion rand. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development owes 465 million rand. Members in the executive today owe us 330,000 rand. Former members of parliament owe us 1.9 million rand. Current members of parliament owe us 1.6 million rand. We are not a piggy bank. We are not a piggy bank for client departments and people who use our facilities. And we will start implementing measures to recover that money, including evictions. And I hope none of you owe us money, or we will start to evict people from government houses. But on the one hand, Chair, this committee should deliberate on client departments. And where I come from, a client is someone who pays you. Someone who doesn't pay you is called a debtor. And so we must stop calling people client departments. They're debtors. They owe us money. I would ask the committee to deliberate on the financial model and sustainability of this department, because we cannot exist when 14 billion rand of money is owed to us. We pay 6 billion rand in leases every year, private leases. We pay 6 billion rand, and yet we do not recover that money. The Auditor General will audit us on not collecting money, but people who owe us money are not audited on that point. It's not fair. So we ask for the assistance of the Portfolio Committee to call in these client or debtor departments, however you want to call them, and also to call in members of the executive and members of parliament and ask them why they are not paying what is due to us. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the DG and other officials.
Proceed, DG. I have a response on the issue of debt. Your client's department are saying they can't pay you because you don't do maintenance. You must start. The previous meeting, I said, let's start with correctional service and see how will the country be like. Let's evacuate prisoners. I get it's our buildings. let's chase them away. We'll see where will they go. Will it work? But it's fine. I'm saying this because there are few chairpersons of different committees when it was brought to me that I've tried to speak to. The response that comes back, it's issue of PMTE maintenance of different buildings. Your buildings are dilapidating, everything it's not in order. But we have not done our oversight. We are not saying it's correct. I'm just giving you a quick response, or let's have a look on that. The current members, you developed a policy. Even myself, when I'm allocated a house, I signed a contract. The money is deducted from my salary. Therefore, we are thinking even the executives must be the same, because a lot of debt, it's sitting with yourself as executives. And that contract, you need to take it to executives. We have seen an article of executives who are angry, we are not happy. When they leave, they vandalize. Therefore, you must have that contract. It means we're going to assist you with talking to the current executives seated. We'll try to have a session. They must sign those contracts. You can't vandalize a state property because the president did not like you. It's his prerogative, by the way. So I wanted to give you that quick response. But with old members, I had a question. I think Sibande will also respond to that. How are you billing? Your bills, is it reversal or fast forward? I don't know. You have members who are no longer, yes, they are no longer members of parliament, but they are owing something like 300, 200. And I was asking specifically for which month, because they are no longer occupying those houses. Even yourself, you must clean your book, because I feel like it's not fair. And with those months, it's because they were no longer members of parliament, and how will they pay that money? But when they were still, yes, we'll have to follow up. I've looked into that and I've visited it. I was planning, and as a committee, we said, name and shame them. But before you name and shame them, let's call them individually, and even individual department. We're going to allow you to release it even on paper, on TV, to say these are members who don't want to pay. We'll name and shame them, but do it thoroughly. We must not name and shame those who are not supposed to be named. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thanks, Jeff. I can just quickly say that the 13 billion rand is for municipal service charges, work already done, and yet people still want us to keep doing maintenance, even though they owe us money for municipal services and charges. You'll also notice I haven't released that list because we will follow due process, and that's why we've requested the assistance of the committee. But over to you, DG.
Chair, I thought I would be the last one to speak on public works, but the chair said Mr. Sibande will speak, but I'll try to obviously ride on what the minister has already said. Yeah, Chair, I really appreciate the questions, and I'll actually write on the previous portfolio committee meeting that we had, which the committee has already committed to do certain things that are going to look at resolving our problems. Maybe let me indicate the following in terms of what Mr. Kama said. He said the tone at the top must be clear, it must be set up and clear. I do think that even the portfolio committee has set the tone. It's clear that it wants these things to be resolved. And the minister also is very clear in respect of what needs to be done. I do want to indicate that there are certain things that I might have to say, which is not necessarily to defend anyone or to harm anyone. The first part, Chair, that must be clear to South Africans and also those who are listening to us as government officials. The biggest challenge that we have, all these budgets we're talking about, they don't sit with public works. That's the first part. We beg for money year in, year out to get things done. And that is a challenge that is very much, if you like, political, that must be dealt with by the parliament. And the issue of, as an example, I'll just touch the issue of telecom towers. I heard members talking about buying and leasing it back. Public Works does not have a fund management fund just to buy buildings for clients. We actually recharge clients to pay us what we call accommodation charges, because in terms of the current arrangement, we are the custodian of government property. So the issue of telecom towers as a solution, we gave it to the client to say, this is how it's going to be purchased. Because it was coming from an SOE, which is a government institution, there was a lot of involvement of other stakeholders. And then the issue of Salvacorp, Chair, because I'm coming back towards the back, from the back towards the front. The solution for Salvacorp and other projects that are going to come was to really ensure that government does not move away from Pretoria. It doesn't move away from Pretoria Central. So the development of Salvacorp is going to address a lot of leases that are private that we are having currently with many departments that we are having. Thereby then building what I will call buildings that are now going to accommodate, because over the years, Chair, the client departments have been increasing in terms of staff and numbers. All what has been happening, they've been leasing more buildings to do so. So because government has got land that is in Salvacorp, then the proposal was then created to look at this portion to actually assist us in respect of that. As the members will be going there shortly, you will see that already when you go, you'll find one client that is already there. Where we've collapsed the lease, now we're busy with actually getting that lease resolved finally, because there are issues when they left. State SA, for instance, have got a brand new building that was procured through the PPP arrangement, to which all the other buildings in Salvacorp will follow the same thing. I think, Chair, that is basically the whole understanding around the issue of Salvacorp. I just want to also indicate that what Honorable Mkwena really says, I think it borders to what really should be understood by all of us. We must understand why we are all here. I think literally saying, as officials, we need to do what we are supposed to do. Let me just respond in terms of the issue of the regulating of the industry. We do appreciate, Chair, that there's always complaints about over-regulation, but I just want to indicate as Public Works, we do appreciate with the recent incident that has happened, where people die in buildings and where we have nothing to do because our hands are tied. I think part of the recent, if you like, engagements or consultations that we are busy doing is the issue of the CIDB Amendment Act, Honorable Mkwena, where we are saying, while CIDB was only concentrated on government-related kind of infrastructure, this act once approved, or this amendment once approved, no private player, it doesn't matter, it's Pick n Pay or whoever, they will be subjected to ensure that their contractors that they use, they are actually compliant with CIDB Act. That is basically what is actually the issue of trying to look at regulating that. The other issue maybe I want to also indicate, maybe to try and manage the expectations much better. Let me apologize, Chair, in respect of the issue of the reports not being sent to the members in time. It's highly regretted, and there's no explanation to give there except to say it's poor management and poor leadership from our side. We take that, and I think with the tone that has been set, I think we're going to be dealing with that very much so. And going to Chair, Honorable Visvan Reddy, he has really indicated what I think we always have been saying. While clean audit does not have development outcomes, it's useless. So ours really is to be able to then have activities on the ground that are visible and that can be taken into the people of this country to see what we are doing. And I think we really take the point, Honorable Visvan, to say we must stop excuses. We'll try by all means, even on our reports, to not put excuses and rather put plans in terms of what is required. The issue raised by Honorable Kobe, we really take that. I think it's a point for us to learn. The common factor or the culprit in this whole thing where everything is wrong, I think it's public works. We take that, we agree. And I believe that with the other things that we've raised with the committee, once resolved, the devil, as you said, is in the detail, and that devil will come out and will be thrown out of the window. So said Mr. Gama. I think part of that will be to really get these issues addressed as soon as possible. And then the last one, which I want to maybe highlight, which was raised by Honorable Barth, is the issue of PMTE, or let me just say public works. What are we doing to get capable contractors in the system? Chair, let me say this, that the department, I believe, if not the only one, we're the most litigated department, generally speaking, because we're dealing with the money. Every time we put a tender up, we try to keep as far as possible within the prescripts of our regulations. And we always want to eliminate chance takers in whatever that we do. We do all what we can. But unfortunately, to a certain extent, Chair, there are regulations in this country that we don't have control over, that will then have to be dealt with by judges in some instances where they found us wrong to have actually, for instance, put, as an example, a requirement that other people will see it as discriminatory in terms of selection. So I think maybe the model that might actually deal with the public procurement sort of bill has got to address that. I think we've tried to make our input there, Chair, in terms of infrastructure. And then the issue, Honorable Barth, between SAPS and DPWI, I must indicate we've got a very good relationship with them. And I do believe that that relationship can only be improved, especially myself and the National Commissioner, we communicate quite a lot. And I just want to also indicate that sometimes we want to meet, we can't meet. Appreciating the National Commissioner is extremely busy. People are dying left, right, and center, and it's going with a minister. He was supposed to be here, and I believe there's something very important that he wanted to address. But I think we will be able to improve on that. Maybe to say, are we afraid of our staff or are we afraid of our regions? I don't think so, Chair. As a department, it's just that maybe when the committee gets another time, we will give a report to the committee of what is actually being done for non-compliance, specifically in terms of those that have not done what they are supposed to do. And I do believe that, we try and do our best, Chair. I will just cite a very strange example. I'm not going to quote names as an example. There's a person that we fired, as an example, on the basis that they've conducted corruption, literally. But as we fight these fights, the court says, or the bargaining committees or council, this person must come back to public works. Now, the logic from my side, maybe and the minister, would be to want to defend that. And for us to defend that, we need money to do so. Now, these are things, Chair, I'm raising that are very difficult to manage because in most cases, people have got rights. While they've got rights, but sometimes when they do wrong things, you might say that without really quoting anybody, to say, when you don't want something, you get rid of it. But sometimes in government, it's very difficult to do so. Those are all the issues that we're actually faced with going forward. Maybe in respect of the 56% of projects not being completed, as raised by Mr. Mokoena, again, Honorable Mokoena, I think that needs some scrutiny, Chair. There's quite a lot of things that are in the detail, which I think we will try by all means as we move with this committee in this administration to move up and actually give more information. And I'm very glad, Chair, that you attended the VETS Business School or the VETS Department of Construction and Engineering, where you got motivated and given, if you like, some level of appreciating how you can actually make us accountable. Part of that is capacity building, even on ourselves, Chair, to actually get our people that are running our projects to be registered as professionals. We do appreciate that we are the custodian of the registering bodies, for instance, SSCP under SSCP CMP, which is under CBE. Chair, there is a challenge, I must indicate, to get people registered and professionalized. The process is very thorough. The process is very difficult, and we are not able to get people to be registered faster. The sad part is, even if we've done so, we've got people that have registered. Immediately, as soon as a person is registered, we've been paying a bursary for the person at university, etc. As soon as they get registered, SASOL gives them a package of a DG because they are registered. Then they leave the department. So what I'm trying to say, the issue of retaining the skills with OSD involved in that is still like a futile exercise, which I think as we move, obviously, with the National School of Government under the professor, there's quite a lot of us to discuss with DPSA around keeping these scarce skills in the department. Maybe let me allow Mrs. Bande to touch base on the few that I might have left. And Chair, I think it's not the last time that we are talking. We will be actually responding as we move going forward. Thank you, Chair. Through you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG, Honourable Minister DM. Chair, from my side, there are just few issues that I want to just to throw in as part of our turnaround plan going forward. One is that we are working to support the DG in terms of engaging departments who are currently owing us money. There are meetings set up as per the previous portfolio committee resolution to engage Treasury. Because currently, Chair, what we've discovered is that the appropriation given to departments to allocate it to public works, it always reduced drastically. And for us, we need Treasury to also come on board. By the time we come to the portfolio committee, we should have engaged Treasury already around those issues as to why the appropriation differs from the allocation given to public works from client departments. And that is where some of the basis of the challenges we are currently having. Second, in terms of addressing some of the glaring challenges on infrastructure rollout, we are the only departments that rolls out infrastructure without PMUs, project management units. And what we have done, the DG has given us instruction to look in terms of re-engineering that part by ensuring that it's part of our business processes, and it also augmented the support and the capacity of the regions across the country. So that is the second part. The other one is in terms of contract management. We are also looking into establishing a unit that will ensure that they oversee our contract management processes to make sure that all these contracts that we have are valid and we don't have repetitive offenders having to be reappointed to do other works in other parts of the country where they failed. Chair, we're looking in, as the minister said, there's a prop tech solution that we're looking at to ensure that we are moving towards digitalization. There's a steering committee established with the instruction of with the pronouncement of the minister that will ensure that because chaos of course breeds corruption, and once you begin now to digitalize some of the processes, you will then begin to improve accountability, and then you will see a drastic improvement on our audit outcomes as well. Because that is where we are lacking. We can't account because most of the things we do are mainly manual, and we've got a lot of accruals that cannot be well traced to their origins, and that for itself creates some of the repetitive findings by the AG that we are currently working on. Chair, we are improving our relationship with our biggest clients, in particular the SAPS. I think in relation to their current situation, Chair, we will be setting up a meeting before Monday and have a virtual with the team to look at the current state of the issues that they've raised, including their current temporary accommodation for the head office. And where we feel that maybe on our part we've done wrong, we must apologize and fix it. I think we will do that. But where they've also done the same, we will work together to find a solution without us having to point fingers at each other. We are working under one government, and we are not competitive. We are not actually chasing any bottom line. And lastly, Chair, your question in relation to the services and how we bill our debtors and clients. There are services that are rendered to the various portfolios within the Prestige portfolio under the Prestige unit. The billing for members of parliament is based on the agreement for the occupation with clear rental. They don't sign stop orders. Statements are issued on monthly basis. However, some of these statements that are issued by municipalities, at times there are estimates, which then causes some issues with members of parliament, and they remain a challenge that the municipalities need to address. They don't do real time meter reading, and that at times is overstated, as we have stated, Chair. In other areas, the member will leave the facility, but you will find that the bill is still accumulating, and that bill remains in the members' debt. That we are also currently investigating, Chair. And the Chair, I'm not sure because the DG and the Minister have covered a lot. I don't want to repeat myself. Thanks.
Let's allow AG to respond, but while they are responding, you don't have to respond, DG, with your team, Ulwazi and PMTE. You speak, even the minister, you speak about digitalization and the system you want to do away with paper. But in the presentation, I think it was done by Lwazi. You have done that before. There were 2 companies that were appointed to deal with your software and the system. It has never been implemented and money is lost. Why now do you think it's going to work? What is your plan? But don't respond now. I'm just saying we have noted that. You had, whatever that you are responding, you had this program. You have presented it. You presented 2 service providers there in the screen. We saw them and money was spent. Now what makes you are sure what you are saying, you have been saying it can be implemented, it will be good, and it means you have briefed the minister, this thing can work, but you have done it before. It did not work. AG.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It's Tintsolo Masia from Auditor General. I'll assist with the questions that were directed to us. But maybe before I... Yes. All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and the honorable members. So this is me in person. Okay, so I just wanted to provide context on the infrastructure insights that we presented on the slides. So you will see, and you would have seen from the capacity building slides that included in the slides that we provide on the audit outcome, we also include insights that we package for the sector, meaning the national department and all the provincial departments of public works, including its agencies, which is IDT and PMTE, who are responsible for infrastructure delivery and maintenance in the country. So the context is all of those insights on delayed projects, on cancelled projects, is at a country level. But what is missing in the current presentation is the exact examples and findings that are relating to PMTE and IDT, because we have not finalized those audits. So once we have finalized, we'll then come back with the other additional insights. So I just wanted to provide that context. And the reason why we provide such insights is because for South Africa to become a construction site, it means it will take not only the national department with its public entities, which is IDT and PMTE, CIDB, but it will take all the provinces because they have the same problems. So there's significantly delayed projects everywhere. There's dilapidated projects everywhere. So the problems that we have been picking up on infrastructure are the same across. And it is therefore important that we package these insights also for the minister so that when he engages MINMEC with his colleagues from the provinces, they can find solutions to deal with these problems. So I just wanted to clarify that. So the questions that were raised, they were mainly directed to the department, which the minister and the DG and the head of PMTE have dealt with. But there were, I think, 2 questions from Honorable Mahlangu that were directed to us in relation to the 13.4 billion that is owed by client departments. You ask, from a consequence management, are there other things that can be informed on our side? So I just want to clarify our role as well as an audit office. And above also the other initiatives that we've agreed with the department that we are going to do. So from the PFMA point of view, this department and PMTE, where usually this line department issues are sitting, is required by PFMA to collect all monies due. So we always assess that. That is why the minister will say it's not fair, because we make sure that we assess whether they are recovering all the monies that are due to them. But in the same scripts of PFMA, the other user departments are required by the same PFMA to make payments within 30 days, which is also part of the requirement of the Act. But the Honorable Chairperson is right to say there's context that might be affecting the user departments to make payments within 30 days. But we have made our commitments. So there's context of making sure that the services that the client departments are receiving is satisfactory, that they don't sit with challenges of dilapidated buildings, of broken lifts, and all of those things that make them to dispute and not want to pay. So that is the first context. But then the other context, which is very crucial for us, so that we can also partner with the other auditors of the big departments that were mentioned by the Honorable Minister, is for credible financial statement of PMTE to be made available with that balance timely, in the same time that the other user department are submitting their financial statements, so that when we receive them on the 31st of May, we can exchange with the other auditors and make sure that everybody is auditing these figures. Then we are able to compare to what is sitting on PMTE. But if Justice has provided the financial statement on the 31st of May, and for example, in this current year where we had the SAGE issue, we don't currently sit with the financial statement of PMTE. The Justice team cannot compare what is disclosed on their side to PMTE because those financial statements are not present as yet. But what is more crucial is that whatever the balance is there is credible, which goes back to cleaning it up and clearing all the disputes between PMTE and those user departments. I think that is, okay, there was one other question from the honorable members related to Telkom Towers to say, is there an available report that we have done as the Auditor General? Not yet, but you have seen from the insights that we package for you, capacity building, that when we were reflecting on the material irregularities that we issued on PMTE, which is currently not reflected on today's slides because of the same reasons that we have noted. So we did identify the Telkom Tower issue as a material irregularity, which we raised late last year. And then following the regulation, there was time that the DG was given to respond to that material irregularity, which we evaluated the response, and we are continuing to keep the DG and the minister in terms of the progress of that material irregularity. So when we received the response, we were not happy with the current response, and in line with our regulation, we have to escalate to other steps, which we will reflect on that when we have signed the audit report. This material irregularity will be contained in the PMTE audit report. Then once that is finalized, the further steps that we are taking now will be reflected in that report. And once we are invited by the portfolio committee, we can clarify where we are and how the PMTE leadership is then responding to that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Tintswalo. Subs, it's your turn. Leaders, dear.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that when Mr. Sibande was making a presentation and he was presenting the slide that was showing that this is what we bought and this is what is there. I asked myself, when was that picture taken? Because it looks like it's a picture taken when the building was just completed. But that as it may, I fully support the call which was initially made by Minister Zikalala then, and what Minister McPherson have said here, that Telkom Towers it's a project that went wrong, and we need to get to the bottom of what happened. We will support that, Chair, and we will from the ministry ensure that the meeting that is being suggested by Minister McPherson takes place, because we also have resolved that we need to meet with him on this and other issues that has to do with us and public works. There are a lot of facilities that we use. One of them that is always in my mind is the Sophia Town accommodation for SAPS members, which is not in a good state. The lift there is, I think, where the lift used to be, there is no lift. There is a hole, and a child died there because of that. So there are those facilities. We note the issue that he has spoken about regarding the money that we owe, and I think those are issues that can best be addressed through the cabinet platform, where minister sits with his colleagues. I think it's the same with the monies owed to municipalities, which were discussed at cabinet level, that they must be attended to. And I don't think there should be a problem around that. Nobody must owe anybody for the services rendered. We note the apology, the wrong that Mr. Sibande was saying they might have done, and they want to apologize for that. But he also says we must also apologize for the wrong that we have done. And I said, but why must he always drag us into his situation? Whenever he explains, he wants to explain difficulties that he has or he has observed. I don't think that is the way to go. Explain your situation because it was taking me back to the presentation on Telkom Towers, which was problematic. But I will not want to go into into that space. But I think from our side, we will welcome any intervention which will make sure that things get resolved. I was asking the acting DNC about the CSI building, is CSIR building, which they say is available, and we are not taking up that building. I said, where is this building? They said, no, the certificates are not there. And Minister we will want this building to be given to us so that we go there. But it doesn't seem like the building is ready, that we can go there and walk in now. But the way it is presented here, it's like this building, if we leave this meeting, we can go into that building, which is there, and SAPS is refusing to move in. It's like we are a delinquent organization, which we are not, and we should not be treated as such, because we are not. There are challenges around the telecom towers. They must be dealt with. We support the initiative of Minister McPherson. We would like to ensure that that happens, so that we understand what really happened, and those responsible must account. Let me allow, through you, Chair, the acting DNC General Nkua to and the team to talk to some of the issues that were raised. Over to you, through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. Thanks, Chairperson. I don't know, Chair, we were not given an opportunity to present like public works, so it's like they got a home ground advantage. You know, I was just asked to give high level. So if we're given an opportunity, maybe most of the questions, you know, could have been answered by our presentation. But what I'm going to say now, Chair, I'm going to say it with the greatest respect, that it's like we are dealing with a department that does not want to accept, you know, its shortcomings, especially when it comes to its mandate. Listening to that presentation, it's like fingers have been pointed towards the SAPS. I'm not saying we're a perfect department as SAPS. We also do have our own shortcomings in as far as policing is concerned. And we know our shortcomings, and we are working towards addressing those shortcomings. So if the department is not going to accept that, I don't think there will be a way of them, you know, rectifying those shortcomings. I just want to say this, Chairperson. There were a few questions that were asked, specific questions, Chair, by yourself to say, and why, when the keys were handed over to us, why didn't we take care of the security? When the keys were handed over to us, Chair, the building was not officially handed over to the police. We're given the keys because we wanted to do some cabling, as the Department of Public Works were also busy with the repairs and the renovations, because we wanted the two projects to run concurrently, so that when they are done with repairs and renovations, we are done with the cabling, and so that we can immediately occupy the building. The security was still the responsibility of the Department of Public Works. We only took over the security in 2021 when the building was officially handed over to the police. So it was still the responsibility of the Department of Public Works to take care of the security. Whatever theft or whatever happened in that building, it was still the security of the Department of Public Works. And we cannot occupy the building if we do not have an occupational certificate. As we are speaking now, Chairperson, the one building that was given to us, we don't have the occupational certificate. It was given to us, it was withdrawn, and on top of that, there was a prohibition notice that was issued by the Department of Labor. So we do not have any occupational certificate to accommodate the Telkom Tower North. And when I presented, Chair, I was saying there were 10 buildings. We are now talking 9 buildings. Out of the 9 buildings, only one building that we are talking about. The 8 buildings, maybe Public Works can indicate what is happening, because even with those 8 other remaining buildings, we don't have any occupational certificate. So, Chair, I just want to end there and request General Funny to talk more on the CSIR building. But I also want to add on what the DMS indicated, that we will cooperate with the forensic investigation, and we do have all the necessary documents and everything. So we'll be able to support, and we are looking forward to the outcome of that. I'm sure it will actually bring closure to this matter, Chairperson. And I will also relate the message to my National Commissioner in terms of the meeting that must take place between himself as well as the DG. So General Funny, can you talk quickly on the issue of the CSIR building? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
General, because you are dealing with facilities, take an advantage. As your DMA was saying, one of the residential area, how many police stations that's DPWI is supposed to finish project are not finished? You might not have a detailed, but touch on that. Make it a point. They're not servicing you. Even though it's not, I'm just giving an example, even though it's not police stations, but be it your residential area, everything that they are responsible for, touch base on that. We might have limited, and I want to apologize, we have limited you to Telkom Towers, but there's a lot that they must provide to you. Touch on that.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, colleagues. Thanks, Chair. I just want to first take the fundamentals out of the way and what the duties and responsibilities of an accounting officer is. Telkom Towers is not Telkom. CSIR was recommended as an alternative accommodation for us while Telkom Towers is being renovated. It is National Commissioner's responsibility to ensure, among others, that we have correct accounting in terms of what will be spent on the temporary accommodation, how long will that be spent, and what will happen with the expenditure should that temporary accommodation become a permanent accommodation for subs. And in order for him to be sure and certain that he has done his responsibility as an accounting officer, he wanted us to quantify those. But that said, we did respond to Public Works that we will occupy CSIR. And then they came later with another proposal on CSR. So move from building A to building B. And that necessitated the accounting officer to reapply his mind in making sure that he's not signing a blank check with an financial responsibility that he may not be able to account for. And that's where we are. But he will respond shortly, probably today or in the next tomorrow or next week. I just wanted us to make sure that we understand. And the reason why he needed to exercise that responsibility was because we have not been provided with a date as to when we will be out of CSR. So that would mean then that we would have CSR, we would have to spend more money, which has not been quantified yet, and which could become a problem later if we're not taking that responsibility serious. But that said, in terms of the whole construction portfolio, we are having 5 critical police stations that have not been completed as yet. And these police stations have been in construction. Some of them started way back in the 19s. Mankweng is one of them. In 2014, Mankweng started. In 2014, yeah. In 2014, we've got Mankweng, we've got Park Roads, we've got Odendaal, and there's other 2. Dolbe and Vuani. So those are the 5 police stations. Chair. Yeah. Chair, those ones, Chair, the biggest challenge that we've got is that they are the main police stations that are supposed to assist us with fighting crime. Mankweng, the special development in that environment has progressed so far that the necessity for that police station cannot be understated. The Park Rose is right in the middle of Bloemfontein, and majority of the high-profile criminals are supposed to be housed in that environment when we arrest them. But we have only just recently started with the holding cells, but the police station has not been completed. There has been numerous appointments and cancellation of contracts and abandonment of site over time. As we speak now, the police are actually guarding the property so that we do not have a further deterioration of the property. Odendaalsrus was the site that was refurbished, was in its 90s and almost completed. The contractor abandoned site again there, and now that place has been vandalized. Air conditioning system and other necessary accessories were installed, and there is none currently. So we really now have to start from scratch to also look at the structural integrity if we were to start the project again. And policing in that environment is a problem because we do not have holding cells. The CSC is basically the charge office is what, 3 meter by 3 meter. It's so small. There's effectively no effective policing in that environment. Chair, may I indicate that the challenge with that is that we have issues of zamazamas in that environment. We have issues of a town that used to be a highly economic and productive town, but with the closing down and scaling down of production in that environment, crime is high. So we need to have that police station built and completed to assist us. When we go to National Treasury and ask for more money, for policing, one of the things that make us to be in deficit is because we spend a lot of time transporting these perpetrators of crime from one town to another, and that is a huge expense for us. We spend a lot of time with the police not doing policing but transporting these people in and out of court, and sometimes the courts are reminded, and therefore so the indirect financial consequence to South African Police Service is far more in terms of what is happening in that environment. So policing cannot be effective in an environment where we do not have enough and adequate facilities in those environments. We really wish that Public Works would understand that there is a direct correlation, and it is terrible in our space with regards to that. Chair, we have a leasing environment that is a challenge for us also. Not that leasing is wrong. It is necessary for us because we do not have the money to procure outright the properties that we require for effective policing. However, the way that the owners of the properties take advantage of us is something that is worrisome to us. We have a number of these police stations that are in a deplorable condition, and the landlords are not fixing these properties. I must admit that DDG Makubela has made a proposal to us with regards to lease to own, where we're going to identify those police stations that are in good condition, where we are going to lease and own them so that we get out of these leasing arrangement that we've got. However, until that happens, we still have quite a lot of landlords that are really not party to us. And there are those police stations that are owned by Public Works that are also in deplorable conditions. If you go to if you go Lady Brand, if you go to Lady Brand, Lady Brand, the police at night use torches and candles to be able to do 24-hour policing, because the program to refurbish the police station is a snail pace. Now, the moment when you have a condition like that, where we have to do policing in that, I'm only mentioning one, but there's many of them where there isn't any urgency in terms of making sure that the leases or the properties that you are occupying in South African Police Service that are owned by government are repaired for us to do effective policing. So we are having a clear understanding of the conditions of those police stations, where we really need to have Public Works come and partner with us with regards to that. The office accommodation is also one of those challenges. Telkom Towers could have become a solution for us, for those who are Christians, like Jesus was to most of the Christians. I'm a Christian, Chair, if I may put it on record. So I'm only highlighting just a few so that we understand the magnitude of the problem. Let me just come back to what we think could be the reasons why the 5 abandoned stations, among others, are. Public Works needs to go back and relook at how they contract with their professionals. The whole contracting process brings into it elements of non-effective delivery. For an example, in let's take Park Roads, Public Works contract to the professionals, and the professionals reports to Public Works. And then Public Works contracts DBSA, and DBSA manage the construction side. Now, when there is something that needs to happen on the construction side, the contractor tells DBSA, DBSA tells Public Works then go and tell the professionals. When there's a disagreement between contractor and the professionals, Public Works, so it's a vicious cycle where you at the end of the day having one person that is part of the value chain. So that contracting model is bound to fail. Whereas we recommended previously that just give the implementing agent the responsibility for both professionals and contractors, and hold them accountable for non-delivery of the projects. So these are some, Chair, if I were to go on, we would listen forever. We just need to have some of these things resolved as much and as far as we possibly can. But where we have no dependencies with regards to third parties, where it's us and them, I don't understand why we've got challenges. There's another element to it. We are paying accommodation charges without fail. We are a department that pays. We are priding ourselves with regards to 99.5% of 30-day payment of invoices as South African Police Service. None of our suppliers struggle getting money from us. So when we do pay accommodation charges, we expect that because we are a billion client, we expect to get a billion treatment, that every facility that we are occupying that belongs to Public Works, that we would find it in a tip-top condition, but we are struggling with most of these things. Düsseldorp, which is a police station that was built by Public Works, we have to leave that place and get park homes and put them somewhere outside because that police station is not habitable. It's falling apart, and it's a newly built police station, meaning that project management has gone wrong in that environment. So we have a huge dependency, and we rely heavily for effective policing with regards to availability of facilities that is habitable and the facility that is safe. We have taken upon ourselves to install safety security measures in the police stations. We are building band walls around the police stations to make sure that police stations are secure and safe. Not just police stations, but our personnel are safe and secure. We have taken it upon ourselves to install alternative energy sources in the police stations so that we've got give Eskom an opportunity to solve their mess, but we make sure that policing happens. And we've in areas where there's no water, we have taken it upon ourselves to drill the boreholes so that there is water available. It's not entirely that they're not assisting us, but in some areas where we could have drilled boreholes, we have taken that responsibility. We are doing that. Anything else that I have forgotten, can we forgive Public Works for it? Thanks, Chair.
No, we're not going to do what we said they are doing. No, we mustn't forgive Public Works. You must yes, end with what you wanted to say. They must handle their things. I think what we need to ensure happen, Chair and members, is that when we construct anything, it must have a beginning and an end, and then you'll have consistent value. If it's 10 rand, it will be 10 rand. But if you build a police station like you have Mankwen Police Station in 2014, 10 years on, you are still building, you are going to pay a lot. You are going to pay a lot. And I think the proposal should be that maybe we should have an opportunity to meet with yourself and the Public Works and Portfolio Committee on Policing to look at the police stations, because there is a big problem with our police stations and the places where our officers stay. I think that can help so that we come up with a way of handling this. It will assist us a great deal, because project management, construction management, that is the problem that we're dealing with here, including the problem at Telkom Towers is project management, the inability to manage a project. And then you sit with that product there. It's the same principle in any construction environment. If you miss the two, you will have a problem. But I must also confirm that I'm aware about an outstanding meeting between the DG and the National Commissioner. There is a donation of a police station that we must receive from Serite Coal Resources. They wanted to donate. It's almost 24 months that donation is still outstanding because of the meeting that must take place, so that they agree on how these things can be handled, because sometimes it doesn't make sense. If somebody wants to donate something to you, you just make it difficult for that person to donate. We should find a solution on how we can fast track such things. But the National Commissioner and the DG are working on that, and I believe the DG, because he is new, like the minister here, they will bring innovative way of how we can deal with a problem of this nature. Thank you, Chair, for allowing us to respond, and also for giving us extra time on this. We really appreciate that. We don't take it for granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Isa. Even though you arrived in your own time, I've made it clear the day that we parted ways that you must be part of us from the start of this program. I even said the AG will be giving us a report. Some of what has been said by the AG might need you guys to respond, but you did not make it on time. But I want to take this opportunity and appreciate SAPS. We know we have wasted your time. You started with us. Most of the time that you have spent, it was about Public Works, not yourself, but you respected us. You arrived in time and you started with us. We want to appreciate that. But Minister, you must request or find a report of the functional accommodation, which will assist us as a country to fast-track service delivery. The Public Service Commission has that report, and they had a roundtable with yourself and different departments. So you need to get that report and try to redesign your way. As you said, there's a need in the department to relook into things different. So with what has been said by SAPS, maybe if we could get that report, it will also assist you to fast track some of the service delivery issues. With you said it upfront that it's not Telkom Towers, it's many projects that they are in the same state. Then it goes back again with your debt book. Let's be honest here. And if the end user is not happy, how will they pay you? You must pay something that you are satisfied with. So we need to up our game as DPWI. If you don't up your game, really, we are not promoting that your client's department must not pay you, but you need to give them a proper service. Police stations, we are agreeing, dear Matali, I said it even when we started that today we did not request you to prepare and give us the whole report because we're still going to have a meeting. After we have made our own oversight, then we're going to call yourself, and in that report, do give us a list of projects, be it police station, residential areas that were supposed to be done or be completed by DPWI and they are not completed. You must bring that report and we see how best can we assist with our recommendation and how we can stretch ourselves together with both of you to resolve a number of issues. And I think as much as you are still a new minister and the DG, it means the broom is still sweeping so nicely and fresh. You are going to make it up. That we destroy this legacy culture. It's a bad culture that is within the department. It's very bad. Let's change it. And we believe ISA is going to assist you with its design. Maybe it will deal with the vicious cycle issue as well. Because it's correct. If you have this one must report to this one must, and it takes a long time, then it prolongs even a project. Let's try to cut corners, but do it by the law. We must follow the processes, the right processes. Why should you always bring these different implementing agencies? And that will be discussion for the other day. We don't want to entertain that now, but bear in mind, we have a knowledge that even this second, it's prolonging everything, and it does not give South Africans what they are supposed to be given. But then I want to take this opportunity and say, for this session, we are done. I'm going to allow, we are not closing because we are still going for an oversight. I'm going to call on Nola to give us line of march, what's going to happen from now. Then we'll take it from there. And we are appealing and calling on everybody who's here to join us. But if you've got other pressing responsibilities that you must attend to, feel free to do that, but you must know. Telkom Towers, SAPS, DPWI, in particular PMTE, you must be part, and ISA. The reason why we are emphasizing on ISA is that you are now starting to deal with a project or major project, priority project of the country. You must draw lessons and avoid what is happening there and try to design and do things that will be implementable within a specific time. So we want to employ you to join us in all, and also the issue of Salvacorp. You are part of it. We wanted to question, but we'll question on the side. Nola?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. From here, the delegation will move right across the bridge to the other side of the building, same floor, just to have lunch. We would like to request the members of parliament, the executive authority, as well as the accounting officer to go through first, and the rest of us can follow. After that, the delegation will move then to Telkom Towers at 2 o'clock, exactly 2 o'clock. We should be moving out of the building towards Telkom Towers. I'm told that the security as well as the acting DDG, facilities management, will lead the delegation towards that side, where we'll find management of the DPWI. I think subs as well. From there, Honorable Chairperson, we will move to Salvacop, to the Salvacop government precinct. When the committee is done with the site visits, we will then proceed directly to the IDT for our next engagement, where we'll find a briefing on the annual report of the entity. Thank you, Chairperson.
You are lucky. That is band. You were supposed to give us the reasons why you did not submit in time, but it's fine. You'll give us next time, because AG says it's yourself and IDT. That's why we are going to IDT. We want to understand what's happening, but we'll get that. And you are welcome, Minister. Let's go together. No, we're saying let's go together. Let's have lunch, colleagues.